Halito, Osio, and welcome. This is our next follow-up video to America is the Old World. This is probably one of the quickest follow-ups I've ever done. I usually take a while, but some of the topics brought up in that video were so poignant that I felt like I really need to follow up. As I'm looking over the video, I realize, it borders on stepping on toes, and our goal here is not to offend anyone. I do believe, in the original American way was, you're free. You're free to have your beliefs. And indeed, the whole uncovering of America as being an indigenous land to people of color is what this is all about. So America stood for something, and I uphold those American tenets, even as we watch them appear to be stripped away. There are things we can do to help to change jurisdiction. I won't go in too much into it, but this is a jurisdiction thing, and when your country is putting pressure on you, trust that they're wielding a jurisdiction that you might not know about. And I'll try to link more information about that in the description box. I know I make a lot of promises about the description box that I'm trying to fulfill. I was good in the beginning with the description box. I didn't even know I kept calling it subscription box. Now that I finally know what it is, I'm still not quite there, But in my first few videos, I was really good with the description box. I kind of footnoted, if you want to call it that, a lot of the stuff. So in this video, it's really about trying to, again, for me to be coming back this soon after doing a video, it's significant, and it was important. I said a lot of things that, again, our goal is not to offend anyone's religion. I think what has to happen is the severity of our situation as an indigenous people who are oppressed. There's just no doubt about that. I know we go about our daily lives, and it's all looking good. But again, we're getting little indications from our system that our lives, we have to tell them, or we're feeling like we need to tell them that our lives matter, So if we're in a situation like that, where I'm not saying that I'm all about that group, because see, as you should know by now, the Indian garb is telling you that I'm not black, okay? I'm indigenous to America, okay? So that is the problem here. And along with being indigenous, there's a whole legacy that now has to be revisited and has to be dug up. And George Floyd, that whole incident is what started this train rolling. It was just a perfect storm, because at that point we had time to look at these things. We were, in quarantine mode. It was a whole new thing for many of us Americans. And so you had a moment to see that. I think what made George Floyd so different was that even in the midst of us needing to come together for a quote unquote pandemic, there's still room for this racist agenda to be smack dab in the middle of it. It was just an interesting collision of realities. And it made you see that what it felt like is that we have more important fish to fry right now as a nation. And if you're going to show me a brother being mercilessly murdered at this time, particular time, let's make the justice be right. You know, people upset right now they're going through it with this pandemic, you know, and we don't got no time to be in a race war right now. It's a life war, allegedly. You know, it's being put to us as life war. So I think it left a lot of us wondering, what the fuck? You know, I'm sorry. That's exactly what it was. Pardon my French. Are you kidding? Are we still doing racism right now? Can we wait till this thing is, you know, so this is what started. It was just wrong timing, establishment. Wrong timing. You messed up that there. You really did. And then your slip was showing. Because now it's looking for people like me, and there was plenty of them. I see them. I saw their videos. It was about, this is looking suspect. Like a lot of people felt it was some sort of a diversion of some sort. And maybe hoping to get a race war popping, you know, like pile on the tragedies. You know, they got the Rona, they got the Floyd. Let's see how we can get this popping. But no, you know, we were the whole nation. And the establishment has to be careful because a lot of white people are not down with this. You know, and you know, here I go again talking about that forthcoming video. We're going to try to work around that today. I'm tired of talking about it. Vindicating the white race. And also, I think I need to talk about how I need to frame the religious talk. Like, again, we're in America. We tolerate, we embrace even diversity, you know, of religion. You know, sexual orientation is supposed to be up there too. You know, we're trying to do the right thing. To truth be told, so here again, we are a culture that is supposed to be culturally diverse. Indeed, we're inviting everyone here. You know. But for people, indigenous people, you know, of which I am including myself as one of those, and my hope is that many people that look like me will start to understand that they've always been in this country, and it's a whole hijack. Okay, that was, you know, I don't know how far I'm gonna go into that, but okay, so. What was I going to say? You know, as an indigenous people, I forgot I kind of went off thought there. I wish I could rewind this, and I'm sure not going to stop it. So again, yes, I was trying to say that America, it's inviting, you know, everyone, and as an indigenous person who's always been here, you know, you know, we sit and we watch as our establishment rolls out the red carpet for everyone, you know, to come to our indigenous land, you know. But yet, here's the thing. But we're still at the bottom of all of this? That's not going to work for us. It's not going to work for us, even if you give us our accolades, even if you recognize us. We don't even want to go into that because federal recognition, you might as well just say, make me a slave today. Thank you. I want to be down with the slavery. Please make me just call me an Indian slave. That's what that's about. So no, we don't want like just hollow words. And we don't want that as we offer a alleged land of freedom. Hopefully we're still that. Hopefully we're still that, and we remember that. We don't. What we don't want to do is have it where every culture that arrives on our shores are looking down their nose at the indigenous people that look like me. When this is all over, that's what's going to be one of the new realities that I don't know how much people are aware of. Like I said in my last video, at one time we were looking at ourselves as black, and black was beautiful, and we were all into that. That day is gone. And a lot of us are looking back now and saying, what the hell were we thinking? What we are today, again, I feel that we've been searching. And this is the final frontier. Once we come to grips with the fact that we are indigenous American, there's nowhere else to go. And we have to really attach ourselves back to our land because we're just floating above it, as black, colored, Negro, and African American. That basically that's had us floating above our land, and then we were basically put on, as we're African. We're African American. In other words, we're originating in Africa. So. And one of the points I don't know if people caught it, but I really like the distinction I was making in my first videos when I said, if that's what we were, we should have never had to go through being called colored at all. We should have went straight to African American because that's when we just got here. Now you tell me we just got off the boat, the shackles and Kunta Kinte and all of that, and you're calling me colored. I wasn't African American until Jesse Jackson said that in 1988 or so, around that time, around that time. That's when we became African American. How come, then why did I have to go through being Negro, colored, and black? I should have been African American, and pretty much it should have been in reverse, maybe. I should have been African American, and then maybe you could upgrade me to Negro because I'm being Americanized or whatever. People, I'm trying to tell you, that was a nugget. And I didn't even know, I can't even be mad at you because I didn't know if it was a nugget. But it was a serious nugget. We were not African American officially until 1980 something. I believe it's 1988 is the last date I heard that Jesse Jackson announced. As if he was the king of the Negroes. Who I didn't get that memo. What boardroom did this develop? We are self-made leaders that have done nothing to elevate our status here in our own country. What this video is a follow-up to America is the Old World. And so I'm going to revisit some of the books I was looking at last week. But I just also wanted to start off with this. I keep mentioning this word, autochthonous, that I don't know how to pronounce. So let's just officially look at it. This is the word. Oh my gosh, it's so bright. Okay, so again, I can't read it. It used to be that I could read this stuff when I showed you. I don't know what happened with the mirror image, but now I don't. But see, there's the word, autochthonous. And now we're going to just press the little sound so we can all hear how to pronounce this word. Oh, yeah, you want to look at the definition, which I'm hoping you look at. Let me read it. Autochthonous is indigenous rather than descended from migrants or colonists. And how do we pronounce it? Let's just play it. Okay, come on. Hello. Oh, wait a minute.
Autochthonous.
There we go.
Autochthonous.
Thank you, sister. Let's hit that one more time.
Autochthonous.
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 Autochthonous. We gotta get this right.
Autochthonous.
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 Autochthonous. So the H is silent. Got a little grammar lesson. The H is silent, and then you just roll with it. Autochthonous. See, it becomes easier when you take that H out. That's what's chopping me up. That CH is chopping me, chop, chop, chop. Or I kept thinking autoch. Well, it is autochthonous. Autochthonous. And then you would forget what, well, there you go. Autochthonous. It is of an inhabitant of a place. Indigenous rather than descended from migrants or colonists. Okay? That we were already here. That's what it's saying. And from there, we want to go to, other things that I've, words that have come up in these videos. I actually want to just show you them. And, okay. Okay. Okay, that was autochthonous. The next we're going to look at is halito. Halito. You can read it, and then I'll read it, because I can't read it. I used to be able to read it. I tell you, I would show you this, and I could read it right off the screen. Now it looks backwards. Don't know what happened. Maybe I got to do. But see, and now when I post a video, it will look right. You can read it, but right now, as I'm looking at it, I cannot read it. Okay, halito means welcome. But it must be safe to assume that very few people reading this will know in which language. The answer, we are told, is Choctaw, the tongue of an American Indian tribe. Okay? Halito is Choctaw, and it means welcome. And so there's another one I introduced today, Oseo. So that we might use that from time to time, Oseo. And then I let you see for yourself. Okay. I can't read it. I would if I could. So you could pause it. Okay. So Oseo in Cherokee, it means hello. And starting... Okay, so it's like, what this is, I don't know. Okay, they got starting Jan, highlighting the people, places, history, and culture of the Cherokee Nation. Oseo shares the rich and complex story of the largest Native American tribe in the United States. Cherokees are basically from the Carolinas. When I look it up, where's Choctaw? I forgot where they said Choctaw was. We're going to have to look up where Choctaw is there. I think, where were they? Were they Mississippi? Choctaw. We'll look it up. But basically, Cherokee is the Carolinas. Some websites are saying South Carolina predominantly, and then some are saying it's all the Carolinas, Anyway, and some in our indigenous tribe are saying that that's the colonizers' word for us, and that we had another word. I think Algonquin was the bigger, I thought, with the big tribe of North America, with all of these are breaking off of Algonquin. So let's just quickly look at where Choctaw nations were. My people were from the North Carolina. on my father's side, as my mother was straight up from the Caribbean, where Columbus first came and found the Indians. We retained, again, in another one of my videos, I say, as West Indians, we were able to maintain our the Indian. See, we were Indians. I believe it, that's why we retained it, because Columbus saw Indians, and he was only in the Caribbean. He never came to North America. I said that. Okay. I was right. Mississippi, Choctaw. I could let you see that. There's a few places. Florida, Mississippi, Alabama. Those are the southern states. Well, I guess Carolina had a north and a southern part, Okay, so you could pause that and then take it down. Okay, so Choctaw covered Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, or modern day Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And I have to say one word about Florida. When I'm looking at these old maps, Florida, y'all, I have to say you were always called Florida. So big up to Florida. You guys, even like, it seems like on most of them, I haven't seen every map there is, and Lord knows they're hiding most of those, and the ones you do find, good, God bless you, because these things are hard to find. Even just a picture of them, they're. But the ones I've seen, Florida was always Florida, as far back as like the 1500s, like maybe the early 1500s. Kudos to Florida. I don't know what you guys did, and which it makes me really want to get into etymology of what does Florida mean, because you guys, whereas it looks like there was a time when Virginia was the entire eastern coast, pretty much. They were bigger. It was just Virginia, Carolina, but they were bigger. They were much bigger than they are today, according to the colonizer maps. When they first, of course they would want as much of our land as possible. So I wanted to show you that, and we got to get into, which I confess and I apologize. I've been rough when I talk about Judaism, and when I talk about Islam, and when I talk about Christianity. And what I wanted to say about that is, again, I'm an American. I do believe that in diversity, not at the cost of my indigenousness, though. See, that's the new America that's coming. That's why I think all this confusion is happening. The puppet masters they never wanted our indigenous asses to know that we're indigenous, but there's nothing they can do about it. So these people are fighting. See, what we got to understand about our establishment, they're engaged in a fight against nature itself, okay? But on a big scale, I'm talking like trying to change, deal with the weather. But when it comes to people, again, we're being sacrificed. So in my apology, we're being sacrificed as indigenous people of America. That is never supposed to get out. It's just never. They came here, and the intention was this is not going to be their land forever anymore. And what I'm saying, what makes it brutal? So that was the because I made a distinction between supplanting and which is the same thing. Stealing? Was it stealing and supplanting? Because, when you steal something, it's still technically is the property of the person it was stolen from, even though you got it. But when you supplant, you've gone the extra mile, because now you have to change the identity. So you're planning to keep what you took. So now you have to become the person, which I would never do, but say, no, I don't want to be the thief, okay? I'm not trying, I don't come to these videos for me to be the thief. You know, we try to uncover who the thief is. So someone takes my knapsack or something. My name is written in it, you know. So it's not enough that they take my knapsack. What they're going to do is literally take my identity. When they do that, now I'm a problem, a big problem. Because if my name is my name and there's another person with my name, one of us can't be here, you know. So supplanting is one of the wickedest accomplishments or misaccomplishments that any person, it would have to be a person that's doing this. A thing doesn't do it. I know the closest thing to a thing would be a parasite, basically. A parasite is like a physical living manifestation of something that is sort of mimicking you in order to feed off of you, you know. And so that is why supplanting is it's a different animal. It's a much more ferocious and dangerous animal than just theft. Theft, you can always follow the breadcrumbs, find out who it belongs to, and give it back. When you supplant, you are going the extra mile to keep what you stole, but then live as if you're the person you stole it from. So then the person that you stole it from, no matter what they do to show you that they've conformed to whatever policies and doctrines that you laid out for them and you banged into their head, no matter what they do, you're going to be side-eyed the whole time. They'll be smiling. They don't even know that you walking around with their knapsack. They like, oh, that's a nice knapsack. What? I'm really feeling that knapsack for some reason. You know, we done forgot who we are. You know? Damn, I like that knapsack. You know, so we look. I don't want to get racial with it, you know, but there's a lot of things we see that someone else has. It's like, damn, you know, it's like, I don't know why I feel so spiritually connected to that shit. You know, it's like, because it's yours. I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, gosh. So what I want to say is that's why a video like this, it's not easy to not step on toes. It's really not easy. And I do apologize because I believe, and please, we could stop the video now and timestamp it, because I want this to be timestamped when I say, which I would have to be the one to timestamp it, but this is not about attacking the folks that adhere to the three religions, the three major and political religions, you know. Maybe that's the distinction I have to make. It's not about the adherents, the people that honestly are looking to be godlike, you know. I believe that in all three of the major religions, that at the civilian level, if I can use that as a way to describe it, not at the political level. We're talking civilian. So whenever you hear me talking about religion, it is always at the political level. We're talking top level, the people that we don't see, not the ones that are getting little Billy and little Becky or Bonita or Bobby ready for church or temple, wherever they're going. It's not those people. And yet those are the people that are going to be offended. You see, that's the seesaw that we're on. And I'm telling you right now, this is not about the common man. Was never. If you ever got anything I was saying that it was about the common man, it wasn't. It wasn't. Like, but what I do think in the new age, in other words, we all have to be adults now. We all have to, if we're going to adhere to any doctrine, we have to own all of it. You see, we can't see. So if an indigenous person now is going back and they're doing their history, or they're researching who they are, because that's what a lot of us people of color are doing right now. And they're learning how they got disenfranchised. What the common man of all the three religions does not understand, to a large extent, not saying that everybody doesn't understand, is that at the political level, our major religions are ancient. They're much older than we are. You could say the institution is much wiser than its what do you call it? Its following, than its members, than its church members. A lot of us don't know the history of either of the three religions. We don't know that they all came from an Egyptian tradition, for instance. And so on that note, let's look at, so here's let's get it clear. I apologize because this, and it's very easy for me to do that because that was never my intention. I'm not talking about, again, the civilian level. I will admit that when it comes to Christians, because so many of my people are Christians, I do kind of get into them. I do want to affect a change in them because I feel that a lot of us do not realize what we're in, how it has not served us. So of all the three religions, the ones, if I'm getting in anybody's ass or trying to rub them the wrong way, it would be my Christians. I'm just trying to be honest. But when I do that, it's because I'm offering you something much. I don't have a Christ complex, trust me, because you know how I feel about that, right? But again, on a indigenous level, knowing that most of us are indigenous, and that wasn't our original tradition. Christianity was not. I don't care. I will not budge on, because I know that for a fact. I know that we are much older than Christianity. Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is to my Christian people, I'm you. I was more Christian than I was ever anything else. So my heart really, that's who I'm involved with. That's who I'm hoping, against hope, that some of this rings true with you. What I would like for my Christian counterparts to see is how, in the beginning, it was not a free choice for us. It wasn't. Right now, Christianity says that it's of your free choice to choose Christ. Well, that's very convenient to say after years and centuries of beating it into me. now that you become a huge political force, now you can say, I could just choose him now. Because you got the power that you sought. You now the big establishment. You have, all of our wealth is tied up with the Catholic Church. The wealthiest church, probably the wealthiest church. But see, that's when the part where we have to understand that they're at the top level. It's one. It's not three. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay. It's one entity masquerading as three at the top. We at the bottom, well, that's why there's three of them, because we're supposed to be divided. I'm not talking about we the people when I speak about the Roman Church. It started out Roman. And then it transformed itself into three. So let's read a little bit about how that happened. A book that when you hear me being adamant about what I'm saying, and you're like, where are you getting this from? I'm booking you out. Sorry. I'm going to have to book you out. Man, there's no words, man. You got to get your hands on this book. You got to. He simplified it for you. Our brother, Walter Williams, looking all like a boss. Looking good. Looking real good. He laid it out for you. This brother did the work. I celebrate this man. Thank you. So, I talk, but I don't really tell you where it all came from. And this brother's right. He says a lot of people, they talk and they don't give him credit. I'm giving them credit. I'm giving them flowers or credit, whatever you want to call it. You're going to get your props from me. That's what I'm trying to do with my ancestors. Those are the ones that have our back, the ancestors. The ones who went over. Think of your mother as your ancestor. Think of a mother's love, and that's what an ancestor is. That's why you want to honor your ancestors. That's the only love you're going to get is from your ancestor, your mother. And what happened to us as a people is that they cleverly got us to reject our mother. Before I used the analogy of a wife, but I think it's more of a mother. A mother's love is, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm so glad that I honored my mother as I spoke in some of these videos, talking about her and her common sense. And realizing that when she said it, I had no clue what she was talking about. Okay, so I'm not going to go into a crying spell. Okay, so here's the book, and I'm going to read from chapter. This time I picked my chapters a little better. Last time I was all over the place and shoot myself in the foot. I admit it. So I might have to take that video down. It was just doing. It was doing too much. There was just something about it that I liked because it did happen organically. I was talking to my dear friend Jerome, and the conversation was so fire that I had to do something. I can't let this go. We touched on so much, but see, I had not really picked out my chapters right. But yet there were some things I think that was said that I think needed to be said. So okay, so now we're a little bit more focused, and okay. Okay, because we got clear. Okay, got get this water out my. Trying to get this water going. Okay, so we're gonna read this chapter 8. Okay, so you see the historical origin of the name of Jesus. Okay. I want to thank the ancestors for another day and for the joy of knowing, not saying we know everything, but just knowing what has been revealed. So we're going to read chapter 8 of the historical origin of Christianity. This chapter is the historical origin of the name Jesus. Before the Greeks and Romans, who are one and the same, already her brother got me on fire. Hey, this is what I'm talking about. Something that splits itself into many things, and then we fighting because it split itself, and that's why it split itself. So that you won't really you won't recognize who it is. Already the brother got me going. Before the Greeks and Romans, who are one and the same, entered Egypt, they had no God. I'm not going to make excuses. Get the book. The brother's going to, have my little commentary. This brother did the research. So this is his research that I happen to agree with. Anything that's said, you got to be taken up with him. Take it up with him. He did he went in. He did the research. He got the receipts. Okay. Before the Greeks and Romans, who are one and the same, entered Egypt, they had no god, goddess, or gods, nor did they have an alphabet. They were instead an agnostic, physical, psychopathic, illiterate, uncivilized European race. We're gonna okay, brother. I'm trying. No, I do want to say a little something here. The brother's hard. The brother coming hard. I forgot how hard. We're going to do a breakdown of who the original Europeans was, and then it won't be as offensive as it sounds, okay? We're going to take a little bit at that today. It's morning. Why am I saying tonight? Why am I saying tonight? Okay. The brother's like, whew. That even made my hair stand. I'm like, come on now. I'm trying to make up for my last video. I don't want to get more in trouble. I'm trying to correct so to be clear, Okay. So, this is hard. Why history gotta be so hard, Oh my gosh. Okay. It's just funny. Okay. Let's before the Greeks and Romans, who are one and the same, entered Egypt, they had no god, goddess, or gods. They're a race of people who were not in tune with the spiritual rhythm of the universe. After seeing what greatness the ancient Egyptians had achieved with their in-tune spiritual universe, consciousness, they wanted to become part of that great spiritual connection the ancient Egyptians had with the universal creator, but with themselves being worshipped as a god. So he's saying, not only did they want to be part of Egypt, they wanted to be worshipped as God. But see, I am going to have to comment. I'm sorry. I didn't want to. I thought I would just read straight for it. This brother's hard. I'm sorry. It comes. See, it's something that happens when you don't want to be. He's talking about the institution of the church. That's why it's Christianity. However, he's talking about Greeks. What I want to say about the Greeks is that they started off a people of color. Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of get that right. They were kind of like, what I would say is they were a people that had been I'm gonna have to go to Yakub. They were us, but they were like a genetic alteration of us, is the best way to say it. It does get tricky trying to break this down. Okay. After seeing what greatness the ancient Egyptians had achieved with their in-tune spiritual universal consciousness, they wanted to become part of that great spiritual connection the ancient Egyptians had with the universal creator, but with themselves being worshipped as God. This is why Alexander the Greek and Ptolemy I Soter wanted so much to be accepted into the sacred priest society of ancient Egypt. See chapter 1. Which takes us to the time in history when the image and the name Serapis first came into being. You see, this brother went so far back that he went to when they were first just the building blocks of what would become Jesus, and it was Serapis. Christian scholars will fight you tooth and nail to tell you they were two different things. Look it up. Look up Serapis. Serapis. What you inevitably will find is that there's an argument out there trying to say that he was not Jesus. But this man, he circumvents that argument when he says that the people that followed Serapis were called Christians. Serapis was a deity. We'll just look at the picture that he provides. It was the first European-looking deity that appeared on the scene, just like Jesus. So he was the precursor to Jesus. And to understand that, you just have to realize where this show was taking place. Where was Christianity being instituted forcefully on the people? It started in Egypt. The Egyptians didn't know nothing about no Jesus. They did have Osar, but Osar would have been like a version of the Father, not the Son. So what I'm saying is you have to use common sense when this brother's telling you. He's telling you where Jesus came from. And if you don't get it, it's probably more you don't want to. He's giving you the history. He went back before there was Jesus. So you got to find out where it came from. Everything has an origin, except us, of course. We originated, according to the popular narrative, West Africa. Again, floating above the land. That's what they do with us indigenous people. They don't put you directly on the land, although they got to take you off of certain lands. When they do put you on one, you're floating above that one too. Even the one that they put you on. It's West Africa. Can we get more specific? And in my last video, another jewel that I think flew out and I didn't even realize was, and then I saw someone, that's what made me know. I was like, see, when I say it's a magical time, I really mean it. I said what I said, and then I saw in some other video a person was saying the same thing, and I was like, whoa. So then, I realized that's a confirmation. But what they were saying is there would have to be paperwork. If we were brought, the country that we were taken from, allegedly, it's going to be a specific one, or ones, if it was more than one. But what should happen is that we should go back there, and in their historical record, they will have us, and they will have us by name. Because you're not, in other words, you were not on board with us being taken, were you? It's very convoluted, because now I'm thinking this. They're saying, well, they sold you. And if that's true, then we really have a big problem with Africa. That should be the diving board right there. What I'm saying is it's a lie. But even when you go with what they're trying to say, they sold you into slavery. Well, there still should be records, because they got paid, right? So where's the receipts? It was a business transaction, wasn't it? They sold us. So how much did they sell us for? Where's the receipts? And I think we got to be real with that scenario. That's why Africa is not our friend, if we're going with their narrative. I'm not even going with their narrative, to be honest with you. I know that we were taken from here to over there. And Africa, my issue with them is that I just feel like now they're not doing anything. I feel like even when the only other thing that we know of that comes close to this is the whole thing with Germany and how they had to recognize what they did. So we have a European country recognizing what they did, but the African one is not recognizing what they did. Okay, Ghana did. Well, thank you, Ghana, but we need to see some money. That's what we need to see. If you taking the responsibility, the huge responsibility of you're going to be the one country in Africa that is taking us back home. It's not about taking us back home. It's about what you did by selling us. Either you sold us or we were taken. In either sense, in either case, you would have to have receipts. And you don't. All you did was open your doors to say we could have a dual citizenship. Where's the money for what you did? What did you do? You tell us. Did you sell us? Or were you down with the slave master? See, that's where I'm leaning toward. I'm going to be very clear. That's what I'm leaning toward, okay? That's what I'm leaning toward. Because, again, why the silence today? Why there's no reparations like Germany had to do for what it did? Where's don't offer us a right of return. Show us the money. In this chapter, I will explain how the name Jesus first came into existence. This name came into being in This name came into being 1,565 years after the image and name Serapis were created by the Melkite Coptic Egyptian Priest Society in Memphis, Egypt, 320 BCE. I'm going to read that again. In this chapter, I will explain how the name Jesus came into existence. This name came into being 1565 years after the image and name Serapis were created. What he's saying to us is there were a Christian people 1565 years before Jesus' name was made. Jesus is too young to have been where he should have been. And Serapis was created by the Melkite Coptic Egyptian priest society. I talk a lot, I admit, about royal families. I think I'm realizing that I need to come together to understand that there's a society that outranks them. And I think we just read about it. A priesthood. Okay, so this created icon called Serapis was worshipped along with the ancient Egyptian goddess Isis throughout Greece, Rome, and the Byzantine Roman Empire. Serapis took the place of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris. He says Egyptian, but he is using the Greek version of his name for recognition's sake. A lot of us might not know that Osiris is actually Osar. Just like he's understanding that a lot of people will have heard of Isis more than they heard of Osset, which were both the Egyptian versions of two Greek renamed gods, Osiris and Isis. That's how important words are. That's how important spellings are. Spells. You change the spelling of a name, and it's like that's how you begin to compromise, and it detaches the being or the person, place, or thing from its place of origin. This is when we got to think about black, colored, Negro, and African American. Just like the gods are displaced, so are the people. It's really very simple. A spell. A spell is very practical. It's not really as ethereal as we think. Like when we think of a spell, we think, of a witchy poo, and she's, doing something with her wand and her black cat and her broom. No, all she did was change the name of something. Hocus pocus. She took what was. She changed its name and gave it a whole new being. In other words, that's what the etymology of a spell is. It deals with words, or even, I guess we could say, incantations. Those are words as well. But these written words are really, because those written words become the history books, and they cast a spell. So the written ones are really a doozy. The written spells. So again, this created icon called Serapis was worshipped along with the ancient Egyptian goddess Isis throughout Greece, Rome, and the Byzantine Roman Empire. Serapis took the place of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris, Osar. This form of dual worship, Serapis and Isis, that's mother and son with no father, stayed in place in the Greek and Roman world until the Council of Ephesus. So you can see how the spell became real. The spell creates a dynamic where it's only the mother and the child and no father. And then that becomes the reality of the people that you are taking over, which becomes the brother, which becomes George Floyd, or the biggest prison industry complex in the entire world, in the free country of America. That's what happened to, you change the God, and then you change the people. And they mirror what you have done with the gods. This is why we want to resurrect Osar. But we got to be clear who he is. We've been told he's the devil. So we don't touch him. He was their devil. And your father that you now see is displaced. It's just funny. I mean, when you really see, this is why I'm very serious about the culture. In my last video, I told you I had a personal conversation, and I know the Most High doesn't mind me sharing this story. I know he doesn't. It was a personal conversation, but it was to the effect of, before I take on someone else's, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam is someone else's. They occurred after Alexander the Greek came into Egypt. And needless to say, Egypt is in the Americas, and we're going to touch on that again, because that's another one I messed up in the last video. I admit it. That video was it wasn't the best. It just got my feet back in the water. I might have to take it down. But again, there was some nuggets in there that's why I posted it in the first place, because I looked at it and I thought, and I kept saying it too. I did my own spell. I kept saying this video might not be it, and it sure was not really it. So I think what I'm gonna do is post this new one. Hopefully, attach it in the description box, so that when that video is seen, hopefully whoever watches it will see part 2 where we try to fix up our little mess. That had, some parts in it that I thought were worth posting it. So, again, this is why I'm so serious. One thing I will give myself credit for, I'm not perfect, but along with the common sense that my mother blessed me with, I am someone who believes in going to the origin of a thing. And that's just natural. I don't know where that came from. I don't know if it was my mother or my father or the Most High himself or just me and how I've had to live my life. In my last video, I said my life and my lifestyle, my life choices were hinged on knowing that I wasn't the only one. But that was not quite on point. What I should have said, because it is more the actual case than that, I just was, not expressing it the right way. I said, but that was part of it. Like, what helped me to begin to want to live the lifestyle that I chose. And, I spoke of dignity in my last video. And with that dignity, there is a place where you do take responsibility for choices, you make. There is dignity in making a choice because what I think should be taken for, well, it's not that you want to take something for granted, but it should be understood that the choice I make is based on my truth. In other words, whereas, you choose a lifestyle, yeah, but it's based on your truth. It's based on what you know of yourself. So that's what I wanted to say in my last video that I didn't say. My choices in my life were based on what I've known to be the truth about myself. So in other words, I was always a truth seeker. But what happens is you get linked with being a sinner. That's supposed to overshadow all your truth. In other words, well, that's the other said, but you forget that someone who goes any direction in their life it's based on something they know or they feel to be the higher truth of what their experience in life is or was. So what I'm trying to say is I've been a truth seeker, not only in my own life, but in the world, along with that is knowing that you're not the only one seeking truth and you're not the only one that's looking outside the box. Yet, the flip side to that is, while you're not the only one in any capacity or any stage or any phase in your life, we all have, pretty much the very similar situations in life. There are human issues, sexuality, religion, politics. What I find did happen and is still happening is that I know I'm not the only one, but then you may come to realize that although there are others who are searching, they may not come to the same conclusions that you come to. An example of what I'm trying to say is I can show you any number of books that I read, and at the same time, what I've noticed is that I don't agree with everything. That's where I think I learned that, yeah, there's other people like you, but you still might not agree wholly and solely with where their path takes them. And that's when you become what I think of as a spiritual adult. All I can say is this road that I've endeavored or had to choose based on what I saw and knew to be truth. And not just truth, but there was a sense of justice. Like I'm very sensitive when something is not fair. I have a lot of Libra in my chart. And so there were a lot of things in religion that registered to me as not being as fair as it could be. For instance, in my last video, I said in the Bible there are several abominations, but what happens is some doctrine attempts to say that those other ones don't matter. They put a hierarchy on it, and that's when I realized, one of the places where I realized something is not right. No one even talks about the list of abominations. They cherry pick an abomination, and you become the victim of that decision, that hierarchy. So that, and then what I was saying earlier is that I don't think the Most High minds me sharing the fact that the intimate conversation was, how am I, a person of color, expected to chase after another culture's version of God? Couldn't do it. I did it in ignorance because I was raised Catholic. So part of the reason why I really cut loose when I'm talking about Catholicism, because I feel like I was in it, so it's very easy for me to check it, and feel no kind of way, I was all Catholic. My father was Catholic, and from what I am told, he drank all the Catholic coffee. That's where me and my dad would be different. We would differ. But I was telling someone, actually Jerome, in our conversation, I was telling him, I'm so glad to say that I know that my dad would be proud of me. I know he would. My dad died when he was 29 years old. So he was young. I'm older. So I got to look a little further than he did. This is not going to be a crying video, It's not going to be a crying video, A couple of my videos, I'll be bawling. Like, did I really post that? I cannot believe it, But what makes me emotional about my dad was, I don't feel he got a chance, I didn't get a chance to know him. He didn't get a chance to know me. At the time of his death, my parents, they had some rough times. I think they got into some physical altercations, to the point where I think the night he actually was killed in a car accident, they were fighting. Here I go, and it haunted my mother because she knew that they left on bad terms. and she was also pregnant. My baby brother. I can't stop the video because I don't do two parts. I always tell you that I'm going to stop the video. I'm going to edit it. I don't do it because I don't know how. And then again, the stuff I'm covered, I don't want it to be lost. I could make it a part 2. I could do that. That I could do. I just don't. I don't not good with that. Like putting 2 videos together or editing one part out. And I need to learn how because we can't be boo-hooing all the time, can we? I better stop talking about him because I was lucky. I had a good father. At the time, I didn't know it. But I was way too young. I was like, when he died, I was like, I think I was 7 or 8. So at the time, I was actually relieved. I hate to admit it, but that night they were fighting, And so when we got the knock on the door, and my mother, of course, is beside herself because she just finished having fresh from an argument where she told him to get out or something because he was trying. I think he was trying to apologize, from what I recall. But she wasn't ready. She was mad at him. I guess she had her reason, and so he did go out, and he never came back. And I remember when we got the knock on the door. I remember I was looking in the mirror. And I just sort of remember affirming to myself that I was actually kind of glad that he wasn't coming back. But now that I look back on it, of course I would have felt that way at that time. I'm just a boy. And they were fighting. And some of their fights were serious, physical, And so I guess I'm saying that, I outlived my father, and though he was I was told that he would run to the priest for guidance. He gotta go to something. My aunt told me that he was like, I gotta talk to Father Priest. Dad. Oh man, whoa! If he were here now, we gotta talk, Mr. Dad. I know I'm your son, but I'm about to school you right now. He was all Catholic, my father. I'm totally the opposite in so many ways. But yet again, I can honestly say that I do believe, as men, my father and I would be more than close in terms of respect for each other as men. Yeah, as I wail and cry like a bitch. So yeah. I can't believe I'm doing this. Why am I doing this? I didn't, Okay, so we were talking about fathers, and sons, and that's kind of brought this up because Osar, was removed. You gotta understand, Egypt was seen as the crowning glory of all we had accumulated in our system, in our ancient system. It's talked about as the jewel of the Nile. That movie was referencing, I thought it was, at least I thought it was referencing Egypt, you know. um, Egypt was like the crowning glory of all we had known. And again, it was in the Americas. We'll look at that a little bit. But let me see if we can finish this about how long, 1,565 years after Serapis, came Jesus. Created by the Melkite Coptic Egyptian Priest Society. That's why all of this begins with a priesthood that sold out. I think I said it in my last video. When a priesthood sells out, they might not want their people to know what they did. So they might have an ongoing need to oppress that people or keep them in the dark. At the same time, what I want to say is, it's all indoctrination, because a priesthood is only as powerful as the level of indoctrination that they've indoctrinated you with. In other words, if I don't believe anything you say, and I don't, this right here gives me every reason to understand why there will be a problem. Because I see what you created, and I see how it morphed into a religion that was relentless if you didn't believe. In other words, after your priesthood turns on you, they created their master weapon. If you don't buy into that master weapon, they're not fitting to tell you that, oh yeah, we the ones that created him, and we got rid of the ones that was original, so we could cater to the incoming Greeks. The priesthood is basically saying we were helpless. Those Greeks came, and the Romans came, and we had to sell out or die. Some people say, I've heard people say, like when I look, when this was talked about, I think it was this brother that actually it was Walter Williams. He was giving a lecture. I might have to try to post one of his lectures. His lectures are a little hard to follow, I think, sometimes, because he kind of goes in with the dates and stuff. But he was saying that what a priesthood, what they were supposed to do was not sell out. And if it meant dying, the honorable thing to do would have been to no, we're not compromising what our people believe. You're gonna have to do away with us, but we're not going to sell a lie. So what I'm trying to say is, when a priesthood does sell a lie, and they're not willing for their heads to roll. Now, I'm not saying that we want anyone to have to be hurt or harmed. But at that point now, you're responsible for a whole legacy, a whole entire legacy. If you are selling all that out just to protect yourself, you're no longer any good for your people. Because that's what they put you there for. And what I'm trying to say, it's like you given a job, you have a role, and the role was spiritual. You were like the spiritual counselors. If you fall back on the duty to uphold the spiritual system that made you the great nation you were. What I'm trying to say is this. If our priesthood sold out to Greeks and Romans, you can best believe that they're still siding with the Greeks and the Romans. You see, it's not the Greeks and it's not the Europeans. And that, again, I keep saying it. It's not the European. I don't care what you heard me say or what it sounded like I was saying about Jews, Hebrew Israelites, or any white. It's bigger than them. It's more ancient than any Caucasian person. So that is partly why I needed to do this video, because I realize there's parts where it sounds like I'm blaming Caucasian, but I keep telling you that my video is going to be vindicating, and I really mean that. It's not like a tongue-in-cheek or nothing like that. It's literally looking at the history, but it's more importantly, it's looking at the mythology that is pointing to a higher truth, the mythology of an Abrahamic faith. I'm talking about the Islamic branch of the Abrahamic faith, because they're all three one. The brother said it here, didn't he? Did he? I thought he said it. Thought I saw him say it here. Did he? Did I get it wrong? If I did, we're just gonna have to scratch that. Before the Greeks and the Romans, who are one. Okay, so I got to admit, he was talking about the Greeks and the Romans. I thought he was talking about the religions, but the religions, he also will tell you that they are one. That's who I learned this from. That they all grew out of Egypt, and but they're all sharing what they have in common would be Abraham, and that's why I use the term Abrahamic. Usually so in other words, I'm not excluding Jews. I'm not, I'm not, anti-Semitic. When Abrahamic applies to Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And the thing with that is, now the curve of that is that when you read his book, you will walk away knowing that, how do I say it nicely, like in a way where don't sound like I'm coming for anybody, but it's just the circumstance that we're in. When you read this, you will understand that in order for Judaism, Christianity, and Islam to stand, Egypt had to be desecrated. That's where the problem is coming. It's not that we're coming for Islam, Christianity, or Judaism. What we're trying to say is their survival is hinged on the death of a tradition that had a people attached to that tradition. That people, unfortunately and fortunately, would have been us. I've always felt that Egypt represented indigenous peoples, I thought it represented Africa. But now I realize, again, let's go with the slave narrative. Somewhere Africa turned on us. So apparently it's not their legacy. In other words, whether you sold us into slavery or whether we were taken by force and you couldn't do anything, you still have, there's something that you're not doing today to speak to either one of those versions of history. And I'm glad that they going with the idea that they sold us, because if they did, there's records. So that makes it even worse. That means if, where are the records? We shouldn't be floating above earth. You should be able to whip out the records of this, the bill of sales, and who it was sold to. When you sell somebody, it's a specific person you're selling to. Even if it was one person that bought 100 slaves, all those slaves should have names and be able to trace back to who they were taken, where they were taken from. That's why I was saying, that's how we know that there was a blackout period. Blackout periods are not going to help you to win your case. When you're trying to say that we're African, it's not going to work. You're from West Africa. Yeah, well, you better pull out the receipts of exactly what country in West Africa or countries, because there should be records. Nothing, even if we don't have them here, they should be over there. So that's what I mean when I say Africa is not coming, stepping up. They're not doing the reparations for selling us. And that's what I started to realize, is this why we always see Africa portrayed as so poor? They're not that poor. I don't believe it. I'm very honest with you. I'm starting to realize that that's an image I have in my head because it was put there. There's a couple of videos, and I'm not saying the European did that. I'm saying that this is what Africa wants, to be seen as broke and pitiful, because they're the biggest quote unquote black country on earth that should be big enough to help all other black people. If we all from Africa, they should be big enough to account for our asses. But what are they doing? Oh, we so poor. We poor. We can't do nothing. They're in a better position than we are because they have more political clout than we do. I'm going to try to get real right now. If we are in a country where George Floyd can happen, and politically everybody forgets what justice looks like, and it's a tooth and nail and splitting hairs trying to figure out, was a crime committed? Isn't it okay for somebody to put their knee on somebody's neck while they're arresting them and kill him? After all, he was a criminal. He wasn't a good guy. So is it okay? What that means is that you don't have political power in your own country. That's not going to happen in Africa. They're not going to have the same. They're politically in a better place than we are. I don't care how poor they look. And that look is getting really tired. We're tired of the biggest, quote unquote, black country. That's what we're being told they are. Acting like they're the smallest and the most helpless. That's not going to cut it. Another thing, they have a royal line, okay? I'm beginning to think America is the only place where there's no indigenous royals. Like Africa have a king and a queen, that stuff. India, I believe, has kings and queens. America is the only one that there's no indigenous kings and queens that we know of. I mean, I'm not saying we know of all the African ones, but I do know they exist. I've seen them before. There's a lot of them. So in other words, you guys are not as pitiful as you want us to think. You're playing pitiful because you don't want to take account for all the people. You're sitting back allowing a system to say that all people from America are African. You allow that. You're not saying anything against it. I mean, there's some voices here and there, little ones, but it should be bigger. What I'm saying is that there's a political system in Africa. The gatekeepers, this is never about the little man or the small guy or the people. This is about political forces. Politically, the presidents and the prime ministers, what are you doing? You hear that we're referred to as African American. You agree that you're not saying that you didn't sell us, I don't believe. But you know that that's the narrative that we're getting, that you sold us. What are y'all doing to clean up that mess? If you sold us, you should be paying us reparations. So, again, this image that all of us have of the helpless Africa is bullshit. Okay? So, what he said here in this reading that we kind of got off, guys, I'm sorry. This is going to probably be if I get to touch on everything I want to cover, it might be a long video. But let's read this. Oh man, I talk so much I got to start all over again, and not from the very beginning. But let's say, in this chapter, I will explain how the name Jesus first came into existence. This name came into being 1,565 years after the image and name Serapis were created by the Melkite Coptic Egyptian priest society in Memphis, Egypt, 320 BCE. This created icon called Serapis was worshipped along with the ancient Egyptian goddess Isis throughout Greece, Rome, and the Byzantine Roman Empire. Serapis took the place of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris. This form of dual worship, Serapis and Isis, I'm just trying to catch this. He trying to say Serapis was seen as, because Serapis was never the father. So the wording is a little tricky here, because Serapis was more like the son. This form of dual worship, Serapis and Isis, stayed in place in the Greek and Roman world until the Council of Ephesus, 431 ABCE. During this council meeting, the created icon of Serapis was made the Messiah, Christos, Christ, who went on to become the God and object of the Christian world. When I say that the Catholic Church is mother, this is what I mean. It was at the Council of Ephesus. This was a Roman Catholic council. During this council meeting, the created icon of Serapis was made the Messiah. He has Messiah, Christos, Christ, who went on to become the God and object of the Christian world. It was at this point that Isis was stripped of her attributes, discarded, and replaced with her created creature, the Virgin Mary. Consequently, this left the Greeks in Greece and the Romans in Rome and the rest of the Europeans living under the Byzantine rule with just an icon with a title, Christ. An icon who could not be called Serapis any longer. When Jesus comes on the scene, Serapis disappears. That is how common sense tells you what Serapis became. None of us don't even know about Serapis anymore. They're not trying to talk about Serapis. But if that was the first god of the Greco-Romans, how come we're not hearing about him anymore? We hear about Hercules. We know about Athena. What happened to Serapis? The first one? The first one, y'all just don't know him no more? Huh? He was replaced by Jesus. Get it? You really need to get it. This man is the foundation. That's why I talk with authority, because he brought the receipts. He brought the receipts. Now, I was saying the guy that talked about Egypt being in America brought the receipts, but I didn't show you the receipts. I did a terrible job at showing the receipts. I'm gonna go there. You don't start reading about Jerusalem when you try to show receipts for Egypt. Okay, I mean it's a scenic route because it's still showing you that the drama did not take place in the Middle East. But I just felt like that was not the best way to show the receipts. This man, another person that was really on fire was Ray Hagen. Ray Hagen, was that his name? Hagen. Some of his videos, he's an old school dude now, but he still has a website, I think. But he's not indigenous. He's one of those that a lot of our brothers that are enlightened, including my brother here, I hate to admit it. He thinks that Egypt is in Africa. I kind of thought if him and Horace Butler could get together and be one person, it would probably be like God. Because the combined knowledge is off the chain. They both bring receipts. They both do it. Bless these brothers, and they both, good looking brothers. I just can say that, they brought receipts. Where is Horace? Do I have him here? I don't think he has a picture on his book. No, he don't. No, wait a minute. No, he don't got a picture on his book. But thank you, brothers. Okay. During this council meeting at Ephesus, the created icon of Serapis was made the Messiah, Christos, the Christ, who went on to become the God and object of the Christian world. It was at this point that Isis was stripped of her attributes, discarded, and replaced with the created creature, the Virgin Mary. Consequently, this left the Greeks in the Greece. This has left the Greeks in Greece and the Romans in Rome and the rest of the Europeans living under the Byzantine rule with just an icon with a title, Christ. An icon who could not be called Serapis any longer. However, the Greeks and Romans continued to worship the icon Christos, Christ, as their god by changing its name to IEZV. How do I say that? EZV. Today pronounced Zeus. For the maybe that answers the question. So he's saying now. Okay, so I didn't realize he's saying it was like a 3-step. I thought it was a 2-step, Serapis and Christ, but he's saying it was Serapis, Zeus, then Jesus. It is funny how Zeus does give you some Zeus, Jesus. You know what, the brother. Okay, so wait a minute. Okay, for Zeus for the Greeks and Jupiter for the Romans. Okay. In Greek and Roman mythology, Zeus and Jupiter are one and the same god. The derivative of the name. Oh! How did I miss that? I'm sorry. Jupiter, Zeus, Jesus. I never caught that. So it's like a god built on top of a god, built on top of a that was built on. So Serapis became Zeus for the Greeks, Jupiter for the Romans. Then in Greek and Roman mythology, Zeus and Jupiter, Zeus, Jupiter and Zeus. I never caught that. So it's almost like Serapis. Serapis was Osiris and the Apis bull. That would be the bull that in the Ten Commandments, when you see they showing the Hebrews creating when they want to go back to Egypt. They were in the wilderness, and it said that they created that bull. That was the Apis bull that of Egypt. So Osiris was a combination of, Serapis was a combination of Osiris and Apis, the bull. Now Jesus is a combination of Jupiter, of Rome, and Zeus. So that is incredible. I kind of like how this adds up because it makes sense now. So they usurped the Egypt one. They created a Greek and a Roman one. So now he completely knocks out the original one, Osiris, the Egyptian one. And now they can say that Jesus is built on a Greek and Roman gods who were built on an Egyptian god. So I just want to quickly say this is why Egypt and resurrecting Egypt is such a threat to the priesthood and a threat to the world, because they want Egypt to be gone, pretty much. They want to be able to talk about it like it's a dead religion. They no longer, the new one, look at your new gods. But they don't want you to know that those gods were fashioned after Egyptian ones. So if they're demonizing Egypt and they want her gone, what do you think they feel about her people? When we, as men of color, women of color, particularly men of color, are wondering why it's like a big witch hunt going on, why it's like a propaganda against men of color particularly, because in your DNA the ancestors are whispering to take you back. And why they're doing that is because you are their legacy. Everybody has a right to be here if they're here. But the establishment, because of the shenanigans of the priesthood, which translated into the shenanigans of the royal families, they're here, right? You here, living the high life. Yet there's a people that both of you see that's having a hard time of all the people here. And you're not doing anything to make that a better time for them because of what's in their DNA. And now you're trying to change the DNA. For those of you who have ears to know what I've just said. So, yeah. But you know what? I said it in one of my videos, and I don't know if I posted that video though, but spirit precedes the physical. So our establishment, they want to be able to use technology as a means to precede spirit. It's so bad that our establishment now has to fight nature itself in order to keep the lie going. So they feel that if they can get to your DNA, that's somehow going to stop this train. What it's more likely going to do is get a lot of lawsuits popping. That's I don't. You don't want to really. Even if, see, the thing is, it gets revealed later. But even when it gets revealed later, that means you're still liable for what you did. But I guess the hope is that hopefully you won't be around to file that lawsuit. Oh, that's the whole point of getting to your DNA is maybe we could turn you into whatever we need to turn you into. But you see, again, it's not going to solve the problem. It's just delaying the inevitable. It's sad. It's sad that someone thinks that they can pull this off. And they're willing to bury themselves deeper. But again, they get you to co-sign on it, so then they think that, well, it's not our fault because you did it. But if you're there, like, giving the person the gun and giving them the sad stories, and you don't think you're implicated in that? You're creating a whole atmosphere, and then you want to say that, oh, you killed yourself. It wasn't us. We good. And before the throne of the Most High. You don't think the Most High sees? That's what I've often wondered. I don't think the Most High is what we think it is. Because the Most High has to be in here. And it has to do with wisdom and knowledge. So keep them dumb and stupid so they never do question, and then they will never get the answers that they need, So I just, sometimes when I think about it, I say, whatever they taught us about God, it's not what he is, because you wouldn't be doing all the devilment that you're doing if there was a God as the one you tell us there is. I think God is intertwined in the human being. So then it becomes manipulate the human being and keep them stupid. So then we will never be accountable for what we're doing. Like, get the human being to sign his name on bullshit. So then we can say, look, he did it. They just, to think that you can get away with something so large scale, it's just incredible. Just incredible. Do I need to read any more of this? Okay, in Greek and Roman mythology, Zeus and Jupiter are one and the same God. The derivative of the name Jesus is from the name Zeus, as it is spelled today using Greek Latin alphabet. Always remember, the Greek and Latin alphabets are derivatives of the phonetic alphabet, which is the second form of writing of the ancient Egyptians. Everything came from Egypt, but she's that demon over there. And her people get treated like them niggas over there. Demonize the culture, and then you just try to erase the people and demonize them and discard them. George Floyd, George Floyd him. Then act like we don't know what justice look like. Get it together. Get it together. Okay. So he goes further to say, the first form of writing is called today Medu-Neter, i.e. hieroglyphic. That's the first form of writing. The second is called hieratic demotic. Hieratic demotic. Allow me to reiterate. The Greeks, prior to the coming of Alexander, the Greeks' invasion of ancient Egypt in 332 BCE, had no alphabet. The Greeks were without an alphabet, unable to read and write, thereby unable to record any data pertinent to their time and evolution as a people. Subsequently, Alexander forced the Greek language on the ancient Egyptians, which caused them to apply an alphabet to the Greek language. So he's saying language is different from the alphabet. This was the phonetic alphabet that is sometimes identified as the Phoenician alphabet, which is a misnomer. The reason this is a misnomer is a Phoenician never existed on Earth in human form. Phoenicians are fictitious characters used in narrative stories in written literature only. So again, as one can see, the Greeks had no alphabet prior to entering Egypt in 332 BCE. The name Isus, Iesus, I-E-S-U-S, because there was no J, was first applied to the icon, Christ, during the first ecumenical council of Lyons, in 1245 ACE, which is counted as the 13th ecumenical council. So that's another reason why the number 13 is very used in the occult so much. Apparently that's where Jesus was created, at the 13th ecumenical council, the Council of Lyons. They had a lot of councils. Council of Lyons, he says. Okay. During the first ecumenical council of Lyons in the year 1240. I'm trying to figure out where, because he didn't, he maybe that is him talking about, because he listed other ecumenical councils, but I don't remember him mentioning lions before. So maybe this is him mentioning lions now, I guess. The 13th Ecumenical Council. Okay. Of lions in the year 1245 ACE, which is counted as the 13th Ecumenical Council. At this council, the Christians in Rome, Germany, and France banded together under the leadership of Innocent IV. That's a pope. His name was Pope Innocent. They were anything but innocent. Who had fled Rome to convoke a meeting in Lyons, France, to deal with their struggle with the ecclesiastical authority of the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II over the Christian community under his rule, and to adopt a first given name for the Christ Logos. This was done because the African and European monophysite community in Africa, he thinks it's in Africa. A lot of them think this is all in Africa. Okay, this was done because the African and European monophysite community in Africa, 1240 ACE, had begun to use the biography of the life of Ibn al-Arabi. This now he's talking about how Islam, the beginning of Islam. So he's saying it sounds like he's saying they had to get a name because of the use of the biography of the life of Ibn al-Arabi, alias Muhammad, as their object of their new forming religion, which today is known as Mohammedanism, Islam. See the historical origin of Islam by this author. This left the Christ icon with only a title. At this point, the title was Christ. At this point, the Christian fathers under the leadership of Innocent IV, borrowing from the name Zeus, came up with a first given name of Jesus for the Christ icon, thereby calling this icon Jesus the Christ. The Monophysites, in keeping with their new Monophysite theology of the 13th century, brought about the creation of a new religion called Mohammedanism, later to be called Islam. See, it was all these were created by Rome. This was the wonder of this book. It was this is what made this book very, very much important read. Okay. The Monophysites, in keeping with their new Monophysite theology of the 13th century, brought about the creation of a new religion called Mohammedanism, later to be called Islam. This was done by the African and European Monophysites. Monophysites? I don't know how to say that word. Monophysites. After fusing their monophysitic Christian theology into the new name Muhammad, thus making Muhammad to become Muhammad the Christ. The following word diagram will show how this name, Jesus, progression was formulated. Remember, there was no letter J in 1240 ACE when the name Jesus or Jesus was applied to the created icon Christ. Okay, so in the year 1630, the Europeans took the letter I and created a new letter for the Latin English alphabet. There's a critical. He just said Latin. Here's one of those important nuggets. Now he's thinking that this all took place in Africa. But someone pointed out, a very wise person said, Latin is in America. That's why this is called Latin America. Anything Latin is taking place in the Americas. The lies are so, they're just, when you do go down the rabbit hole, it's really like going to the pit of hell because the hole is so deep. The lies are so deep. They're so Latin. There's nothing in Europe that was referred to as Latin. We know of a Latin America. We don't know about no Latin Europe. So what I'm saying is this is given without even knowing it. A lot of us, like scholars like him, don't even realize that this telling us that this is in America. This is all taking place in America. That, and we're going to try to tie it because I'm trying to give reasons. The oppression there's no other oppression of a people of color like in America. Where, again, we have the biggest prison complex filled with men of color. So there's no other landmass where the people of color are more oppressed per capita, if you want to say it. I never knew what that word meant, but it sounds good. Let's look it up. I should have did that before. But again, what the point I'm trying to make is for each person in relation to people taken individually. For each person. Relating or applied to each person. Per each person. There's more people per person in the prison industry complex. And what I'm trying to say is there's a reason it happens in America, which is supposed to be a land of the free. Then why are we still dealing with racism? It's supposed to be a land for all. It's because we're indigenous and we're the ones that the land is being usurped from. And on top of that, we're being told that we're not from here. So it's a serious psyop going on for a very long time in the Americas that doesn't take place in it. Because whatever we have in America, someone wants it. They don't even want us to think that we're ever entitled to it. Like whatever's in the soil of America, they want that for as long as they can get it. And they don't want us to ever think that we have any claims to this land. Our land is literally that's why we're in prison. That's why there's propaganda against us. That's why we, the first fired, the last hired, that the whole thing. And no matter what religious person like Martin Luther King or even a reformed Malcolm X, actually, when they do start talking about unity, that's when they're mysteriously out of this life. Because in America, you do not unite with the black, quote unquote, because we're indigenous, male. Now, the female is different because if you got to preserve her because she's going to give you the progeny that will become the new indigenous. So she's here, but I bet if they could, if it was a way to, on a DNA level, it's a big endeavor to change the entire face of a country so that you can say that these people are not the people. That's a huge endeavor. But in the ranks of our priesthoods, they said, well, we up for that challenge. We give it a shot. What do we got to lose? They don't know who, they don't never see us. We stay in our high places, sending our agents to act like they are for the people, misleading them, like Jesse Jackson got us calling ourselves African American when we were never called that. Again, I'm going to say it again. If we were African American, how come when we first got here, we was Negroes? When we fresh off the boat from Africa, but you don't call us African then. We're Negroes, coloreds, black. We are fresh from Africa, allegedly. But you won't call us African American. And they didn't call us African. Again, we were Negroes, coloreds, and blacks. Mulattoes in some cases. But never African, because we were already here. I don't even know. I try to think of every kind of way I could, because I know it's so hard to conceive. It was programming. When it's hard to break programming, even when someone is giving you the facts, even when someone is giving you the evidence, the program, and that's why there's such thing as an advertising campaign or commercials. The idea is you don't want them to use anything rational. You want it to be completely subliminal. Like you want it to be where people do things or think just the way you want them to think. Like before they think rationally, the first thing they're going to do is think of what you want them to think. Before they do the math and say that shit don't make no sense. Like the fact that we were never called African, but we were called Negroes when we first appear as the indentured servants. And they couldn't call us African again, because I think I talked about this, because then Africa would have had to be involved. That was a whole, it would have been, and then it would have been, well, where in Africa? So they didn't touch it. At that time when they were occupying our country and on paper saying that we were African, but not real, well, actually it wasn't on paper. On paper, we were Negro colored and all that. Actually, that's what I meant to say. On paper, we were Negro colored because to call us African back then, it would have really been a direct then where, like, and then it wouldn't have been this all these things. Oh, we don't. It's been so long, we don't know. Even time shouldn't have a problem, because if we were sold, there's some record somewhere. Whoever sold us, there'd be a bill of exchange or whatever you want to call it. There'd be a record. So again, we couldn't be called African back then, because it would have been okay. You just got them off the boat. Where did you take them from? There wouldn't have been no answer to that question. They would have said the Caribbean, because that's a lot of us will come from the Caribbean. There was no slave trade like we're told in the numbers we are told. And they just casually used the term African. So that no country in Africa can really be held accountable. So just call it Africa, and then you want to create a narrative that, well, look at them, they look just like them, so aren't they technically African anyway? No, we're not. Two nations, and that led me to think that I told you it was going to be kind of a long video, but so I think we're going to leave our brother Walter Williams for now. Gave us a lot. But now I want to go back to the basics. Where those priests created in their book a little story. And what I realize about the Jacob and Esau story, what it does as well, is it boils it down to two nations. Because Noah would have been three nations. But what Jacob and Esau does, why I always call it a pivotal story, is because now we're down to two. Jacob and Esau becomes two nations. I want to say that the two nations are African and American. Because Europe comes after Africa. So I'm not even going to count. This is not anti-Semitic. This is before there were, this all took place before there was a Hebrew. This, Anyway, let's revisit the Jacob and Esau tragedy. Okay? Because I want to establish what I was hoping to do with this reading was to establish that, in my last video, I think I came off a little hard, like what you talking about Jews and Hebrews like that, and Islam like that, well, that kind of explained part of it, because what I'm saying is that it was at the cost of another legacy that they were created. So you were built on top of Egyptian gods, but that's also a people. It's not just a god. It's a people that are being, you're standing on their shoulders, but then you don't want to acknowledge them, like how it is for a person of color in America. So it's almost like what I want to do with this reading was to show that is the fight. In other words, it's almost inevitable. What we can agree to is that there's not going to be any blood shed. There don't need to be. But we do have to be clear on the characters. And just your own book is telling us what you told us. So we're going to go in there and let you understand that is why it feels like a fight. Like in my last video, I thought to myself, those are fighting words, And then I realized, but that's not my fault. The fight began in a womb, and I said it was the womb of Sarah. That was a mistake. the fight was already there before so that means but then we have to understand why the fight was. Okay, so let's revisit this. Genesis chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau, his eldest son, and said unto him, My son. And he said unto him, Behold, here I am, or here am I. And, verse 2. And he said, Behold, now I am old. Behold, now I'm old. I know not the day of my death. Verse 3. Now therefore take, I pray thee, thy weapons, thy quiver, and thy bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison. Verse 4. And make me savory meat, such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless thee before I die. Verse 5. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spake to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. Verse 6. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob, her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, 7. Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Verse 8. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. 9. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. Verse 10. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. Verse 11. And, wait a minute now. You know what? I kind of went a little bit. What I wanted to read. I wanted to read the part. Okay, I'm sorry. I did want to go outside of chapter 27 because okay. Actually, I want to read a little part of 25 because that didn't talk about. It wasn't in chapter 27 when they talk about in the womb. Okay. It's at chapter 19. Chapter 25, verse 19, where we find out that there's a fight in the womb. So let's just visit that for a minute. Okay, let's just read the whole thing. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian, of Padanaram, the sister of Laban, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him. And Rebekah his wife conceived, and the children struggled within her. And she said, If it be so, then why am I thus? Why is these children going at it in my stomach like that? And she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said unto her, Two nations are in thy womb, And two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, chapter 24, behold, there were twins in her womb. 25. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment. I want to say red like an Indian. I do, because that's the analogy. It's the Indians that of America that are being supplanted. Again, we're the only country in the world where the indigenous are saying they're being said to not be indigenous. In Australia, the indigenous are indigenous. Nobody trying to say they're not from Australia. They will show you what the Aboriginals look like. They don't have no problem with that. Only in America is there an indigenous people that they're saying is from Africa. And Africa is like, I don't know. Okay. Africa's not doing enough. And I figure that out. Figure out what that means. I said a lot about what I think it means, but figure out why Africa's not doing enough if we are its people. You sit back and you hear us being called African, but you don't do shit to come to our aid because you're in bed with the lie. That's why. I'm going to say it again. As far as I know, the two nations in her womb was African and American. Two, not African American. African and American. Okay? That's why we're vindicating the white race. Yes. We don't want any white Hebrews saying, you talking bad about me. No. I'm vindicating you. I'm telling you that Jacob is using you for something he is doing. That's what I'm saying. I mean, some people are very married to Jacob. Well, we got to look at what he's about. I didn't make it up. What your scriptures telling me about him, deceiver, supplanter. I'm just going with the narrative. So who is he supplanting? He's not supplanting you as a quote unquote Jew. Who's being supplanted? So in other words, I'm not saying anything that's wrong. I'm just showing how it plays out today. Somebody had to be supplanted in order for Jacob to have what he has. And if we're going to be adults, and we're going to be adults that want to live in peace, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. That, no matter what it seems or what it appears, I'm fine with peace. That's all what we all want. But we have to be real with the characters that we are claiming and what is being said about what they did. And then once we are clear with that, we have to start to be clear about who the characters are by how they're treated today, by who's being supplanted in the world, and the legacy that they're standing on is one that is said to be Egyptian. Indeed, Abraham came to Egypt. That's where the drama begins. So what we want to do is, I'm just gonna say it. Not only are we vindicating the white race, who was born of Jacob. But Jacob had an agenda, and his people are unfortunately in the middle of it. But we're saying that it's not the people. It's the same hierarchy that gave us Jacob. Priesthood. So, before we say that someone is being anti-Semitic or anti-Muslim or anti-Christian, what happened to the Egyptian legacy? What happened to Isis? What happened to Osiris? We read a little bit about it. So, are we saying that it's okay to murder another people's gods, but now you can't talk about mine? So there's something has to be accounted for. And again, we want to do this peacefully. We're not advocating violence. But the truth can be a topic that could lead some people to think violently. You know, and it doesn't have to be, we can all be adults here. So what we have to do is look at the legacy that was trampled on and begin to examine what happened to those people. Because all the players are still here. Like, as much as they're trying to tell us that this people don't exist no more, none of that is true. People are just changed, like paper genocided. In other words, if you call me black, then who was I before I was black? And I hope we established that we were not African. I hope we established that. Because Africa ain't doing shit. They ain't doing shit about whatever happened in the past. They want to act like they don't remember. But you don't remember because it never happened, okay? And the least you could do, Africa, is admit it. That's the least you could do. Just say we don't know nothing about that. And then the ones who were brought here as slaves, show them who they were. Because it wasn't us. There was a few that were brought here. And I'm sure there's documents for them somewhere. So what Africa can do is cough up those documents so we could see who was brought here. Then we could follow that trail. Because it wasn't all of us. It was not all of us. And even to this day, most of us can tell the difference between what an African looks like and what an American looks like. We're not the same. Two nations. There are two nations are in thy womb, and two manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be a stronger than the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. And it's funny, when they say stronger, I don't even think they're talking about the younger. It's not that he's strong. It's that Jacob used deception. He didn't use muscle. Utter deception. So the strong people is Esau. That's the dichotomy. That's the irony, whatever. You know, the irony of it. That's the irony. That's why it was mentioned. And one shall be stronger. They threw that in there. You would assume that the one that's serving is the weaker, you know? But they made a distinction. One shall be stronger than the other, and the elder shall serve the younger. They never said which one was the stronger one. Trust me, it's not Jacob. That is why he had to do the deception, because he knew he wasn't the strong. Esau was the one that was providing for the family in the story. And he was red. That's a little clue. And then look at it. And the first came out red all over, like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. 25:26. Genesis 25:26. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. I think what that's trying to tell us is that he is utterly dependent on Esau. He's holding him back. He's a burden. I'm just being born, I'm just doing my thing, and you attaching yourself to me. You could have came out on your own. But this little, from birth, I don't know why they're using this imagery, but it is interesting. They put it there for a reason. But it only shows you how utterly dependent Jacob is on, he's just taking everything. He's being a burden. At the same time, he's like a parasite. I hate to say it that way, but we're going with what your story's telling about what this character did. And what has always bothered me was that how the victim is made as if he's a bad guy, when we just heard that it was prophesied, basically. So why is Esau seen as a bad guy when he was just a baby when this it was decreed that he's going to serve the younger one? And so if he gives his birthright, but notice, even then, even if it's decreed, then why did Jacob have to deceitfully go and steal a blessing? That's where it gets tricky. Esau never gave Jacob the blessing. A crime was committed, and the thief, once you let a thief get away with one crime, why should he? See, they want to say that he was blessed, and okay, if you want to look at it that way, but I'm saying there's a victim here. Somewhere there's karma for what you do to a victim when it's not right, and it's all kinds of wrong. Because in Malachi 1 verse 3, we learn that God hates Esau. And I'm using common sense. I'm sorry. There's no reason why God should hate Esau. You took a birthright. You saying that you left him with nothing. What did he do as a baby that would make you hate him to take his birthright before he was born? Or shortly after or whatever, So what I'm saying is, as I read the story, I couldn't see, and I still don't, and I don't think I ever will. I won't. I looked at the story with eyes, and I still don't see what Esau did. If they're saying that he got with other women, several characters in the Bible got with other women. That wasn't a high crime. But on the other hand, he was also the only one that was taking care of Isaac and Rebekah. He was the provider. I don't see it. I don't see it. And if you forgot to put it in, I'm sorry. That's all. No, it's not here. There's absolutely no reason why. It seems utterly unfair. Because if you're taking away something, you got to replace it with something. If you're saying that you wanted this guy to take what belonged to him, then what does he get? To be a slave forever? How's that fair? What did he do except serve his parents? He never did anything to Rebekah, yet it seems like she had it in for him based on something God said. Like, if that's what God said, then why are you putting your hand in it? In other words, it's going to be done, it's going to be done. Why did Rebekah feel that she had to go and deceive Isaac? Who's the patriarch here? Can the real patriarch stand up? Because when he does, what he says is, let's go to, and that's what I love, what Isaac says. This is Genesis 27:40. Now you tell me, if God wanted Esau to be an eternal slave to Jacob, why is Isaac, the real patriarch, telling Esau by the sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break the yoke off thy neck. That is, I will repeat that, and I will continue to repeat that, because that's what's in store for Esau to this day. If you go out and you hear particularly Hebrew Israelites, those are our brothers out there carrying on the street corner, looking like I don't know what, they will swear that Esau is white. Esau's a white man. Edom is the white man. He Edom. Esau's Edom, and Esau's the white man. And you're going to be our slave. Blah, blah. You don't have to wait to some apocalyptic time to make Esau your slave, Hebrew Israelite brother, because according to this scripture, he's already a slave because he's not white. According to this scripture, if you read it, the destiny for Esau is to take the yoke off his neck. He ain't going to be your slave, Hebrew Israelite. You're dreaming. And you are not reading what's on the paper in front of your face. How is Isaac telling Esau that he's going to take the yoke of, what is the yoke? Does anybody out there who reads the Bible know what a yoke is? It's slavery. And in the case of Jacob, I'm going to add, it's also oppression, because you're supplanting someone. Slavery is, what is slavery? Slavery is, I'm grabbing somebody and they are working for me. Supplanting is, I grab that somebody, they're working for me, and I say that I'm them. So now I'm like erasing, they're like a non-entity, because I'm going to make myself the victim and the victor. That's what Jacob did. So when you hear me ranting on Jacob, I'm sorry, I'm getting it right out of here. But I'm reading with real discernment. People of color, you don't have anything to do with Jacob. What Jacob is doing is supplanting you. He's saying that he's you, okay? Meanwhile, you're serving him. He's not serving you. What nation, let's read down now. What's about who's going to be served, who's going to be bowed down to? Who's going to have the fat of the land and the dew of heaven? Okay, let's read that blessing. All this was based at me coming to the video screen was based on this Jacob and Esau story, because I had no doubt of what it was saying, and I had to be very vocal about it. Especially when those Hebrew Israelites are out there saying that the white man is Esau. Y'all got it wrong. Y'all got it real wrong. Okay, 27. Okay. I'm going to jump around. I'm not going to read every little piece. Okay. So, behold upon thy curse. Oh, well, wait, this is an interesting, let's go there with that too. Okay, let's go, because there's a part that's interesting. And Rebekah spake unto, this is 27:6, Genesis chapter 27, verse 6. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father peradventure will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon me be thy curse, my son. I thought that was pretty profound. Because if it's all good, why is there a curse involved? If God deemed this to be what should be, he didn't say anything about a curse. Why is there a curse involved if Jacob was supposed to do what he did? So there's two people being fucked over. The actual patriarch, Isaac, he's fucking over his father and his brother. And we're led to believe that he was this virtuous, benevolent character. No one is looking in the closet for the skeletons. Actually, it's not even a skeleton. Very much alive. Very much alive. Esau is very much alive. And his destiny is to be free. I'm claiming that destiny. And I'm hoping that at some point when our people realize what their predicament is, that maybe they'll go, it's in your own scripture. And I know that even though I'm not a Christian, I know that I'm implicated in this by virtue of being a man of color in America. I'm supposed to have a yoke on my neck of oppression. And, but even in the place where this travesty took, I guess they had to put that in there because they knew what they were doing was wrong. So Isaac gives him this little odd blessing that no one pays attention to. They're so busy condemning Esau. You this, God hates you, and even God says he hates him, that they don't see that the patriarch done freed Esau. Esau's destiny is when he gets the dominion. And guess what time it is right now, people of color? Do you know who has the dominion right now in terms of numbers? Do you know that that's why they fix into, how shall we say, give you a new flu shot? This is what the forces of Jacob are now doing. They know that your destiny is freedom, even in their own book. But they feel that they're going to still march forward in the name of God, have no intention of listening to what Isaac said. I don't know what rituals they do to ignore their own book, but apparently they have no intention. I think the idea is, well, we're just getting their numbers down. It's like, in other words, it's overpopulation. The Jacob forces, not the people, I'm talking about the forces at the top. They decided that there's overpopulation. Who do you think is that? What do you think is the race of that people that's overpopulating the earth? Do I need to link where Mr. Gates says that with the proper vaccination, we can bring the population down 10 to 15%? If it's a lie, he told it. Do I need to link that so people
have a clue of what's going on here? When you have the dominion, and this is King James, interesting, because in another version of the Bible, it's not about dominion. It's about when you grow restless. When you grow restless. That, I believe that's the NIV. Here, King James, and I'm not saying that King James is more perceptive. I'm saying that he had a plan. When you have the dominion, means you're going to have outnumber Jacob. But Jacob is still fighting. That's how I know that the forces of Jacob, they're not concerned with, it's a selfish thing. It's a completely it has nothing to do with God or being godly. It's about, I took this blessing and I'm going to use it. It's almost like getting like a credit card. That's the only example I'm getting right now. And you're being told to use it, to help people. Use it to feed the hungry or something. Use it to be a blessing to other people. Say, yeah, give me that card. Yeah, can I get that card right now, please? Instead of doing it for that, it's all self-serving. The forces of Jacob. Like, it's all self-serving. You wanted to be in the role of Esau. And from all scripture saying about Esau, all he was doing what an older brother would do. He took the responsibility of feeding the family. He's the one that went out and hunted and got food, not only for his parents, but for his little deceiving brother, scheming, deceiving little brother, Jacob. How is he a bad man? Yet again, I think maybe I'll show it to you where, he's hated by God. I don't believe it. I don't believe it because I have common sense and my heart is telling me it's wrong. I know a good man when I see one. I think we all do. And I tell you right now, most of us don't want to roll with someone that we think is a wheeler and a dealer. If you had a choice to deal with a type of a personality or to do business with a type of personality, would you want to be with someone who is a deceiver? Do you want to deal with someone who's called a supplanter? But more importantly, a deceiver. When is that a good trait? I don't think that's what scripture means when it says be as what? Wise as serpents? That's not what that meant. It didn't mean be a deceiver. And someone who steals. Because there was a theft that took place. That's different from being as wise as a serpent. It's not. It doesn't give you license to steal what belongs to someone else. Isn't that one of the commandments? Thou shalt not steal. So when this character puts on goat skins so that he can steal a blessing, that's a theft. I don't care how you try to dress that shit up, okay? I'm not buying it. I don't. If you or I did it, we'd be called just what we would be called, okay? In our minds, we could say, God wanted me to do it. But guess what? Somebody gonna say, yeah, well, try on these handcuffs and see how they fit. How do you like this jail cell? Is this small enough? So yeah, I can delude myself into thinking I did God's work by stealing something from another man, a blessing no less. But at some point, the one you stole from, that you would like to be gone, but he ain't going nowhere. Because by virtue of what Isaac said. In fact, he's multiplying. See, that's another thing that Jacob don't want to deal with. Oh, but he's trying to deal with it, trust me. We have an overpopulation problem. Jacob want to go to the moon. He going to Mars. He's just escaping the inevitable. Trying to. You can't hide from your destiny. Just like you can't take me from mine. So if it sounds anti-Semitic, trust that I'm only getting it from here. Because this is the Bible. This is the King James Bible. This is not about being anti-Semitic. This is about recognizing who I am in your scripture, or who I am said to be. I deduce that because I'm not living. How is Jacob living? Okay, let's finish. Let's find out how he's living. And he went and fetched, let the curse upon me be the curse. Okay, curse. Yeah, be cursed, okay? Rebecca, let it be cursed. Let you take this curse, okay? You got it, okay? And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother, the goats. Oh, only obey my voice and go fetch me them. I'm sorry. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother, and his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids on and of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. What? And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. He's a liar. It's a lie. You're lying to your father. Yet we're supposed to think that you're the epitome of virtue. Okay? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. Interesting. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, The voice is Jacob's. I'm sorry, I always mess that part. The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, and his brother Esau's hands as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. Lied again. And he said, Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord hath blessed. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. I want to ask people of color, as I always do, does that sound like you? Now, the funny thing as I'm reading this, what I did realize though, America does have plenty of corn and wine. America is where corn is indigenous to America. So that another nugget dropped as to the location of Egypt and alleged Jerusalem. Or what would be the Holy Land. Corn and wine. Corn. That's indigenous. We're talking about Indian food. Indigenous to America, not Africa. Certainly not the Middle East. The little things you pick up. I missed that before. What I'm saying is, it is interesting that the land Esau is in is blessed. America's blessed. Let people serve thee. See, now that's when it gets a little interesting. We know, as people of color, ain't nobody bowing down to our quote-unquote black ass. We are not give thee the dew of heaven and the fatness of the earth. Well, who's bowing down? Be Lord over. Are we Lord over anybody? Or are we lorded over? Be Lord over thy brethren and thy mother's sons. Bow down to thee. Are we being bowed down to? Or are we at the complete bottom of the caste system? Whoever's at the top of that caste system, that's who Jacob is sharing the stolen wealth with. But I want to be clear. We are not Jacob's bloodline. And he's well aware of it. That's why the prisons in America are filled with indigenous American men. Your land, you were supplanted. I'm not saying that white people did this. And that's what I failed to say in my last video. I'm talking about white Jews as well. I'm talking about, no. We're going up the ladder. We're up the hierarchy ladder. And we're talking of political level. And, I've said that often, but I guess every time I speak, I have to say it because it doesn't sound right. I don't want this to fall on people that ain't got nothing to do with this. In fact, it started out with people of color. We have to understand that the three major religions each have a story to tell that will complete the picture. Islam is telling us about Yakub. They're bringing a whole other side of Jacob that ain't nobody seems to want to hear. But I listen. I've read what they had to say about Jacob as Yakub. So that's what I want to read here. This Jacob and Esau story is. I want to read it, but then I kind of want to move on because it's I want to touch on the main points, but something is telling me to read the whole thing, man. So, cursed be everyone that curseth thee.
Who's cursed? If anybody, it seemed to me that we're cursed. We have the role of, because we're the ones that, you know, are treated as if we're second class citizens. Like, we're still being looked at as subhuman in terms of, you are quote unquote black. You know, that's the name they gave. They know that that's a disenfranchising term. And they knew that once we started calling ourselves by these misnomers, that they could begin to further discount us, you know. Let people serve thee and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren. We're not Lord over anybody. So what I'm trying to establish here is that Jacob is more like your slave master. That's the character profile that fits Jacob, a slave master. Indeed, Esau is serving Jacob until he breaks the yoke off of his neck. It's just that easy. That's how it's going to happen. And Jacob is like, cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. I don't see where we getting blessed, really. If your image is on TV of a man being murdered and the justice system act like they autistic and don't know how to mete out justice, and we all watched it, and they trying to figure out, was that a crime that he just wouldn't get off this guy's neck? I just don't know. That's not being blessed. You know, that's not cursed be everyone that curses thee and blessed be he that blesses thee. You know, no. That don't happen to blessed folks. I mean, they do have us believe in that, you know, you suffer, again, like the idea of Jacob suffering for Christ, or we suffering. Jacob is not suffering. He's got the fat of land, the dew of heaven, plenty of corn and wine. He's not suffering. If you are, that only means you're not part of Jacob's little gift package. You're his slave. And he done found a way to make everybody, not just us anymore. He took that credit card and he maxed it out for himself. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, sound like it just went on forever. As soon as he made an end, came to pass. Sound like he was sitting there just giving him everything, right? And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from his presence, of the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he said, he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, where is he that hath taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great, exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father,
Bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, thy brother came with subtlety. I like the version that says deceitfully. Subtly. That's putting it nicely, King James. Yeah, King James. You would want it to be subtle, right? You don't like the word deceitful. Because in the end, we're talking about you, not Jacob. We're talking about King James. And hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, is not he rightfully named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him thy Lord. Aren't we the ones who had, lords over us and slave masters? And all his brethren have I given to him for servants. And with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. That's his dwelling, but it's not going to belong to him. I had to be clear about it. When I first read it, I thought that's a little confusing. So because he's serving Jacob, his surroundings are going to be the fatness, because that's where Jacob lives. Jacob lives in the fatness, but Jacob actually lives in it. Esau is dwelling around it. And by the sword shalt thou live. I'm sorry, I want to read that again. Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. The dwelling. He's dwelling around it, looking at it. Like when I'm walking around Fifth Avenue and I'm looking at the big, like the Trump Tower and what's the other one? Saks Fifth Avenue. All that stuff is so much wealth that I'm looking at the price tag and I'm like, well, not today. But it sure looks nice, and I'm so glad to be surrounded in these, dwelling in this wealth. That belongs to Jacob. As I serve Jacob. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. I thought this living by the sword was interesting because in my very first few videos, I said that's, we're talking about the quote unquote black on black crime. And I thought it interesting because, Esau is silently suffering, because Esau knows that he is a worthy man. He knows he's a good man, but his image and likeness is being supplanted by his younger brother. And so it causes Esau to lash out, I believe, against the thing that's closest to him, which would be other brothers, And but be clear, he's not getting the guns. Esau doesn't have the wherewithal to bring the guns to his community. So whatever weapons that Esau is using were nicely left there by forces of Jacob, shall we say. So, who is Jacob? This is going to be, you just have to put on your thinking cap, and you have to be really ready to sit with what I'm going to read. I'm not going to read a big part of it, but we just need one character, and we need a character that's directly related to King James. So these are the memoirs of the Secret Service. Let's put the, how should we do this? Maybe we should line up our little books. Well, that was the Bible, so one, we have the Bible. We could put over there, some camera space. And then Walter Williams, this book did a boy good. The Historical Origins of Christianity. This is our book list. Okay, so it's a little far away. I don't know if you can see it, but let's see. Maybe try to make it a little more. The Bible, King James Version. The Historical Origins of Christianity by Walter Williams. These are our book lists. And now we're going to do this one. The Memoirs of the Secret Services of John Mackey, Esquire, during the reigns of King William, Queen Anne, and King George. This is what they call a primary source, meaning this is first hand. The Secret Service of who is he the Secret Service for? During the reigns of King William, for King William, he was asked to basically spy on the court of King James. And in his doing that, he described the court of King James. We know who they were, what they looked like, and just a little blurb about them. So this is not what I want to really emphasize. This is real. This is also real. This is real history. This man is giving you dates. He's giving you the councils, which I kind of want to let me quickly go over at least the names of the councils, because they really happened. But they will tell you, they will make it sound like one thing, when it was actually what he said it was. They were creating the attributes of the characters that they were creating. Like Isis was transformed into Mary. They didn't just make Mary up out of thin air. They took the character from an Egyptian goddess. That's where they took all the characters from, because Egypt was that old, and we know this. But because Egypt has been given the label of that demon over there, that's what demonization does. You don't look at I don't need to know what they did. It was them demons over there. Better look at what they don't want you to see. Better face that demon. You'll be surprised what that demon has to tell you. That's how it is a lot. I don't know if anybody ever saw the movie Stigmata or any Exorcist movie type of thing, except maybe for the Exorcist.
But the interesting thing in a lot of the good exorcist movies or the exorcism movies is that the demon is actually someone who disagreed with the Catholic Church. And they were angry because they were treated badly. And they're coming back to tell a message. But people think, it's the devil. No, it was someone who was persecuted. It was just an interesting take on some of the better possession movies. Yeah, there's a few of them. Okay, so I just want to show you some of I showed this before, but he's giving you the events leading to the Council of Nicaea. This was a real event. The Council of Nicaea, the Council of Constantinople, that was another one. The Council of Ephesus, which we read about, that was where they I think that had to do with Serapis becoming Jesus. The Council of Chalcedon, the Council of Constantinople too. So he's telling you what happened. These were actual events where they were creating this from this. That's Osar. He came centuries before this. That's a step pyramid. When I told you about a step pyramid, this is older than the pyramids that we see in the Great Pyramid of Giza. If you see something like this, you know that this is older than that pyramid. And the oldest one is in Mexico, America. That's a step pyramid. Cholula is the pyramid in Mexico that is bigger and older than the pyramid in Egypt, the great quote unquote pyramids in Egypt. Okay, so we've established that this is a primary source, real. This is actual history, and you want to hear how he described King James, what it had been his grandson. Listen to this. This is will lead up to our vindicating the white race. This is Charles, Duke of St. Albans. And this is his profile. Charles, Duke of St. Albans, is son to King Charles II by Mrs. Gwynn. Was made by King William, one of the bedchamber and captain of the band of performers, and sent by the King of France to congratulate the marriage of the Duke of Burgundy. Okay, so let's rewind. He's the king. Charles, Duke of St. Albans, is the son to King Charles. King Charles is the son of King James. So let's read what the son of King Charles's son, which would be King James' grandson, how he's described. He is a gentleman every way, debonature. I don't know. He is a gentleman in every way, well-bred, doth not love busyness. Okay. See, they write it in their weird language. Is well affected to the constitution of his country. He is of a black complexion, not so tall as the Duke of Northumberland, yet very like King Charles, turned of 30 years old.
So we have a grandson of King James described as of a black complexion. It's not dark skin. It's not even the light like tawny or this brother be black. They use the word black. And I want to say that this word, it seems to have started in Europe. This term black, calling people black or whatever. And then it comes over here after King James takes over, and now we're called black. We were copper colored. That's what we were. But they were African. This is why I'm saying that this thing with the two nations in a womb, that is allegory to show us that it's two people of color. One is red. Esau is red. And I believe that Jacob is darker. These are Jacobites. King James was known as a Jacobite. The whole dynasty, his dynasty was Jacobite after Jacob. And his grandson is being called, let you read it for yourself. Why am I? Now, do beware, they used a typewriter that made the F's look like, I guess back then, whatever printing press they had, they didn't really have a well-formulated S. So whatever you see that looks like an F, just make it an S, okay? Okay, so you're going to read that yourself, and you tell me what race you think King James was, okay? I done been talking about him. I'm telling you he's black, and I ain't showing you no receipts. Bad me. That's my bad. But you're going to read for yourself. Primary. This is a primary source. Look it up on Amazon. The funny thing on Amazon, they're not saying what this book is about. They're not really telling you. You have to read the comments, the reviews. I'll link it. Maybe I'll link it. I always tell you I'm going to link something, I don't do it. But we're going to go here. Describing he is of a black complexion. That's the grandson of King James. So what race was King James? Let's end this argument today. I'm so tired of arguing with some of our European brothers and sisters, RKK, are very adamant, and they get very upset. There's an old dude now on YouTube, and to see him, you think this man, he must know what he's talking about. Obviously, he doesn't, and I had to show him. I had to tell him about this book. Because he's saying, it's ridiculous to think that the royals were black. Well, what did I Charles Duke of St. Albans is son to King Charles II, who's the son of King James. He is a gentleman, every way debonair. I guess it's debonair. This is a weird. Well-bred, doth not love busyness, is well affected to the constitution of his country. He is of a black complexion, not too tall as the Duke of Northumberland, yet very like King Charles. Turned of 30 years old. I chose this character. There's several of them in this book that I described as black. But I wanted someone with direct relation to King James because I noticed it seemed like, I don't know if this book was edited in some way. It is primary, but it seemed like something was left out because I think they tried to describe Charles as fair skin. I mean, King James. And, I'm just wondering, was this tampered with? Was it tampered with? In some way, to make the biggies, So that's the grandson of King James is black. He's not brown. He's not fair skinned. He's not light skinned. He be black. You got to get this, But the thing is, I do think because they have all these titles that they're, Duke of Somerset, and they have similar names. Like a lot of them share the same name. So it gets very confusing. It's like, that was another King Charles I've just looked at. But the one I just read you, I wanted to link it to King James. Okay? All of these tabs I had, were of those are the pages where they're describing them as dark, brown, black, tawny, sanguine. There was a few fair skin, but fair skin is not white skin when your family is all black. Fair skin means you were light skin. So that was just one, and that one's, I could, because it's just hard to tell the relation. That one, they told you what the relationship was. He was King James' grandson, so that's why I use that one. I'm saying that again, but here's another one. Charles Linos, Duke. See, there's another Charles. Oh, King Charles II had a few sons. Listen to this. Wait a minute. Charles Linos, Duke of Richmond, is son to King Charles II by another mother. So he was naming a bunch of his kids Charles, apparently, by different women. So that one we read was St. Albans, and his mother was by was made by Miss Gwynn, by the son to King Charles II by Mrs. Gwynn, was made by King William, one of the bedchamber and captain of the band of performers, and sent by that king to France to congratulate the marriage. A lot going on there. So this King Charles was the son by Mrs. Gwynn, and made by the bed. Sound like somebody was a whore. I'm smelling a whore somewhere. It was made by King William, one of the bedchamber. Like she was part of a harem or something. I don't, it's just hard to, anyway. So that was one Charles. But now, see, this is what makes it kind of confusing. Look at this. So he had another son, King Charles II. Now that was by, again, Mrs. Gwynn. His mother is by the Duchess of Portsmouth. So Mrs. Gwynn sounded like she wasn't really up there, but she wasn't a duchess. He was carried by his mother into France in the reign of King James, and left France in the reign of King William, when he declared himself for the religion and constitution of his country. He is a gentleman, good-natured to a fault, very well bred, hath many valuable things in him, is an enemy to busyness, very credulous, well-shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles. You got to read this for yourself. King Charles, now this is King Charles. Okay, he said King Charles II. So now he's saying he's black like King Charles. So in other words, there's a couple of black complexion. But there you go, read it yourself. This is a son of King Charles. So go ahead, pause, please. That's Charles Linos, Duke of Richmond. So you could pause it when you're to read it. I won't hold it too long. I'm pinpointing the sons of the son of King James. because the diva himself, that he's like, I believe they described him as fair skinned, but yet his children and his grandchildren is black. Okay, so that'll be good. That'll be a good, to show that, So the son of King Charles was also called a black boy though. Anyway, it looked like there was more than one black boy is what I'm seeing. So let's see if we can. Let me see. I think the first one. Let me see. I thought the first one. I won't get too into it because they all got very similar names, and it becomes kind of hard to tell. Those I pinpointed because they were directly grandchildren of King James. But this is the book. So let's put it here. I'm not going to go too, because it's very. First of all, the lettering is very, very hard because the S's look like F. A lot of the S's look like F, and it's very okay. So now from there, I want to. So that was. Should we go? Yeah, let me see. That was just to let you know the Jacobites. Who is Jacob? Was he white? No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. Those royals and great grands of the royal family were black. So when I talk about Hebrew Israelites, actually, I'm talking about black, quote unquote, people, not the white ones. That's why I keep saying, and though I haven't made the video yet, I'm over talking it, vindicating the white race. Okay. So I wanted to show. So then, how did they become white? What is their religion telling? Well, see, this could go with the vindicating the white race video. So yeah, it'll just be a precursor. So then how did they become white? What did Jacob do? See, Jacob was on the run from Esau, and he was doing everything he could but he was afraid of Esau. Much like they fear, quote unquote, black men in America. We're like this feared group, Everybody's, you're going to flip out. When it's almost like everybody's expecting us to, ignite the race wars. Currently now they're saying we're attacking Chinese, so they're protecting the Chinese from the wild beast. Yet no one's protecting us, and we're actually, quote unquote, citizens. But the Chinese are getting, protection from the same entity that doesn't protect us. Isn't that interesting? That's why I say Africans are in a better position than us. Ain't nobody taking them from their legacy. Ain't nobody saying that they came there from another land. That's their land. We're in our land and we're being told it's not our land. So we're in a worse position because we're not being respected as, say now, when you go to Africa, you're going to respect them because that's their land. You go to China, you're going to respect them because that's their land. You go to Germany, you're going to respect them because that's their land. You go to Russia, you're going to respect them because that's their land. You go to Brazil, you're going to respect them because that's their land. You come to America, and there's one people of all the people that are still dealing with racist issues that occurred back in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s and the 20s, I guess. Forever. You know, we don't have to really pinpoint it. It was always going on. Birth of a nation. Gone with the Wind. As soon as Hollywood was created, they was giving us a demeaning image, a demeaned image. The campaign has been forever making fun of us with putting on the black face, you know, and then, you know, it's the only country where it comes, right? If we go with the narrative, and they are dissing, you know, you come to another person's land and you're making fun of it with the Indians that they show us, the Indians were always the bad guys. No one took account that that was their home. Like, again, you go to China, you're going to respect them because it's China, that's their land. America's the only country as free as she claims to be and espousing of freedoms as they say she does. She's making fun of the people that she's stealing from and then making like they the bad guy. Supplanting. That's how you supplant. The one, like Esau became he was the bad guy, but he's the one that got everything stolen from, he's the bad guy. That's what made me rethink the Bible. Seriously. I realized and the fact that King James has a version and he's a Jacobite doesn't help. Yeah, so it's a Jacobite book written by Jacob to demonize Esau. Make himself look good when he's the deceiver and the supplanter, even in his own book. Even in his own book, Esau's destiny, again, is to break free. Yet, when you look at the world today, you don't see any evidence of that day coming because the forces of Jacob are trying to create this. You have to, and you better. You know, you're gonna do this. You ain't gonna be able to go out and dine. You ain't gonna be able to go out and movie until you do this. So it's funny that the devil that the Bible is talking about in Revelation turned out to be like it's a Jacob force that's making it where you can't you gotta have this shot in order to do anything. That's what they hoping to make the world that kind of place. We thought it was the devil that was doing that. Well, yeah, in a way it is. Because that's what Jacobite forces are acting as. They're the slave master that does not want to give up the power that Isaac said Esau will break that power off his neck. So they trying to make it seem like this is law. You gotta do this. You got no choice. You gotta do what we say. Okay, so because the hierarchy, at the top of the hierarchy, it's one entity, the Church of Rome, that created, as this brother was trying to tell us, that Egypt was being invaded by Alexander. And they needed to create a new religion because now that they were bringing in a lighter mankind, Jacob forces, they wanted to change the religion to make, the whole idea was to get the gods different. Once you change the gods, that's why religion became at the core of my videos, because I realized it was done through religion. That's how they get us. Because we're spiritual, but it's our priesthood has sold out.
So now we kind of don't know what's real or not. The priest was supposed to be on our side, but once they decided to make gods for the invaders, there's no turning back from that. And the funny thing is, if they were on our side, at some point you think, just like I say about King James, somebody from his family should be able to say, you know what, it's a lie. He wasn't what you think he is. He's not Caucasian. We just looked at that here. Get the book yourself if you don't believe what I just showed you. This is primary source. This is not fiction. This is a primary source. I work in a library, and we have secondary sources and primary source. It's primary. Okay? It's not secondhand. This is the eyewitness account of what these people look like. All of them were black. All these pages you see tabbed, descriptions of black people. And I'm not reading them because I can't vouch. Like, in other words, I know that they're the court of King James. And what we have to understand, wait a minute. Let's look. Because it's like, it's King James, but then he's really not talked about in here. Like, they're going with the son. So what I'm going to say is a court is a family. When you're talking about a court or a royal court, you're talking about a family. Okay? That's what is significant here. So if you have a few family members that are called black, trust me, the whole family, the court, is the same race. Okay, where is this? Okay, we just have to settle for that. Characters of the court of Great Britain, okay? The court is a family. And even though I'm seeing a lot of King Charles II, trying to see where they say who's, which. I know they're related to King Charles is King James, and there's mention of King James, but what is the court of Great Britain? And okay, we'd have to go with here. Discovers a plot. And right, okay, here we go. This is the table of contents. And in chapter 6, discovers a plot and writes a view of King James Court. If you can see that. Discovers a plot and writes a view of King James Court at Saint Germain, of which tracts 30,000 were told. Which tract? I don't know what that word is. See, their letters are so messed up. Which traces? Okay. So, the court at Saint Germain. of King James Court at Saint Germain. Okay, it's King James Court. See, that's what I'm trying to show you here. At Roman numeral number, well, it starts at Roman numeral number 5, but the page is page 6. Discovers a plot and writes a view of King James Court at Saint Germain. Okay, so let's see now. Let's look. See, that's what I was looking at. I'm like, well, let's see. So the court of Saint Germain, the court of King James is at Saint Germain. See? Okay, so here we go. That's King James Court. See, this is what I'm seeing. His name is being left out where it should be in. You don't know why it seemed like they're talking about King Charles, but where's King James? So a view of the court of Saint Germain, that's court of King James. Okay. So that's what, yeah. It's a slightly convoluted, you know? So yeah, we let's put this back for now. Kind of covering a lot of ground here, and it's already almost 4 hours. You know, I did say this is going to be kind of long. Okay, so I think we established that it's all part of the court of King James. A view of the court of Saint Germain. They're using Saint Germain, and I don't know who what is that, the name of the land that they're in, you know? Discovers a plot and writes a view of King James Court at Saint Germain. And then here it says of Saint Germain. So that's like a little confusing. You know, like, just say it's King James Court, and can we leave it at that? Because look what he says here. Now, that first one says at Saint Germain. And then this one says of Saint Germain. A view of the court of Saint Germain. So it's confusing, you know. A view of the court of Saint Germain. But here it says a view of King James Court at Saint Germain. You know, and then they go with the dirty nails. You know, anyway, thought I cleaned these suckers. This just happened. I don't like displaying dirty fingernails. Okay, so I was going to read a little bit. Okay. So this is just a passage because I wanted to show where we're being told by another branch of an Abrahamic faith of, okay, we tell where they originated, okay? The white race, after their creation 6,000 years ago, was given the part of Earth today that is called Europe. It is this race of people who actually started the, say, we're going to edit this, don't, okay. It is this race of people who actually started the sin of intermixing the two strange bloods, which is forbidden by God. Just as they have disregarded all divine laws of Allah, God, they even seem to have changed the very natural laws of man in which he is made. They first mixed
with the original black Arabs. Then, as they traveled over the earth for the past near 500 years, they mixed with brown, yellow, and red races. Now, red is us, okay? They captured the blacks and made slaves of them for the past 400 years. The reason why I'm reading this is because I want to say that he's saying it started in where we would have what they call black Arabs. So in other words, he says they first mixed with because that's where it's being said that they were created. And the whole point is that he's laying all these things on the quote unquote white race, that they're breaking the laws of God or whatever. What he's not saying is that you're taking responsibility for their creation. If they are breaking any laws, that is due to how you formulated them. So you chose to make a man that you saying you basically is part Homo erectus. That would be, they're not saying that, but I'm deducing that is what they did. That's what they did. Neanderthal. So why would you expect that he would act like you if you purposely made him unlike you? This is where we're going to read about, what it is Islam is trying to say that they don't have nothing to do with Yakub. But Yakub is one of your characters. And you're saying you're saying he's black, which I can roll with that. He was a man of color, whatever. But you're saying that he created the white race. But then you start, where they telling on themselves when they condemning the white race is what I'm trying to say. You can't tell me that you created them and now they're the worst things on the earth. There we are going into part of my narrative of why we are vindicating the white race. I didn't think I was going to let the cat out of the bag, but you know what? It is time. I keep talking about it. But that's what I'm building up to. I used to see, and part of the fire behind this is I used to think there was something wrong with me when I thought that I didn't think that white people were, in my heart, I never felt that white people were what we are saying they are. Like, I felt like if they are what I'm being told they are, then why don't I feel it in my heart? Like, there's something, I'm very curious about them in a lot of ways. And I never felt like, say now you're being told one thing, but then your experience is another thing. I think what I'm trying to say is I think I've always felt that they were not the problem. I just didn't. And then when I tried to figure out why, but they're telling me they are the problem. And I do see all the propaganda, what they're doing, in the Martin Luther King days. But my heart didn't know nothing about that. In other words, my mind was being told to think a certain way. But at the same time, when I interacted with them, I wasn't seeing or feeling the vibration that I thought I should. All I felt was that Caucasians do seem to, in some ways, we do think differently. In some ways, I think. But I never felt that it was something like what I did feel. I will say what I did feel. I did get some feelings from when I interacted with Caucasian or just walking down the street. I'll tell you what I felt, and I'm just going to try to be honest with it. I felt like they just didn't want to look at me. Like, I felt like they didn't want to acknowledge me. But that's different from, anything malicious. It felt like they somehow, like sometimes I felt like I would
be okay with looking at them. I'd be okay with, making eye contact. But I felt like I would get this. But I never felt that it was because I felt sometimes that it was more maybe, how do I say this? I just felt like it was something, but maybe there was something, which I'm not an intimidating person, I don't think. I really am not. But I always felt there was something where they just didn't, they felt a little bit, maybe slightly intimidated. And I know that sounds very arrogant. I wish I could think of a better word. I'm just trying to be real. Because it did bother me, but it only bothered me because I felt like you just don't want to acknowledge me. That it's like, it's not that I'm intimidating. It's just that you just don't want to see me. You don't, something about, you feel some kind of way, and in other words, it's different when there's something specific that someone sees in you. But if someone is not trying to see you, it's just, they don't want to deal with it. There's something they don't want to deal with. So it just felt like I didn't have a problem acknowledging you, But I just felt like it was something didn't want to see me because it would, almost like it would bring up something. You know what I mean? Like it would bring up something that someone just don't want to deal with. And it's not that I was looking to, I always thought that I was being cordial. I wasn't looking to, I was never looking to condemn anyone or to look at them, you're in the city and you're just walking down the street, some of them dress very well, and you just sort of like, but it would be like this, like, I just don't want to see you, It was, but the point is, we have our people in one of the three major religions saying that we created them. And that's a game changer. That is a huge game changer. That's a huge game changer. So I think that was the part I want to read. Like, look how the way he describes. See, this is Elijah Muhammad, whatever. And they're basing their religion. If you look up Fard, what was his name? Fard. In other words, they talk about white people. But then when you look at the race of the guy that Elijah Muhammad was worshiping as what do you call it? A messenger of God. Not worshiping, but giving all your honor to, Fard Muhammad, that was his name. Fard Muhammad. Look him up and you tell me, does that man look? You're here talking about the white race and who they mix with, yet Fard Muhammad is looking mighty Caucasian to me, or an admixture thereof. So, Nation of Islam or Islam, you got something. Got to give. Something got to give. It would make more sense if the man that you are building all this on was a full 100% brother. Okay. But you're telling me that the white man is the devil and he's doing things against God and da-da-da-da-da. And then the man, Fard Muhammad, clearly is not a brother. He is a mix of something. He's not a brother. And yet you want to be racist against, you want to promote that the white man is the devil. What about the one who created the devil? What is he? How does he get a pass? This was going to be in my Vindicating the White Race video. I guess I'm giving you this, but in that video I will actually play the video clips. But this is the argument that's behind it. You cannot do that. I'm sorry, Nation of Islam. You are being called into question. You can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both ways. You can't say that the devil was created by you and you don't have nothing to do, that you get a pass, that you don't got nothing to do with that. When you're saying that this he was purposely made. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident. And the story is something where Yakub had some kind of axe to grind. Could it be that Yakub is like Jacob and Esau? It was no axe to grind. Is that he wanted a legacy and he had to figure out how to get it. And how to get it was create a race that he could hide behind and call them Hebrew or Jewish. Yet it's your black ass that's behind all of it. And then you're going to have us fighting them. But you got them set up in a position where they got more political clout, more political power. So we can't even fight them. But yet you want to continuously tell us that it's a race thing, knowing that damn well that we're unarmed. Mostly, why are we unarmed? Because we're believing your bullshit. That's why we're unarmed. Instead of calling on our ancestors, the ones that this brother's talking about, where the legacies all came from, we cutting them off. They could really be a big help for us, at least to get our head right, so we can call on some of our ancestors to assist us. Not that we looking to shed blood, but at least so we'll know what time it is and who we are. You got us calling us that we're it's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. And the thing is with the Islam is you're giving us a very racist form of Islam. So in other words, you're just trying to keep us separated. You created the devil, according to what you're saying, but you don't take any kind of responsibility for creating the devil. It's you, that devil over there. Now, you went in your laboratory in the guy calling you saying Yakub, Jacob did this. And you know what? I would say I still think I do think it's a Jacob thing. But Jacob is so busy trying to be everybody. You know, there's Islam and even the offshoots of Islam, the Moors. When you see a group of people they just everybody. Everybody is us and we are everybody. That's a supplanter. That's a supplanter. Because the supplanter is going to tell you, I'm you, me, we one and the same. Yet I'm getting my ass whooped. I'm the one that's called black. You knew about that. You didn't do nothing, but you want me to join you. See, that's a supplanter move. What the supplanter has to do, he's saying that you are him and he is you. But then he wants you to join him. If I am you and you is me, why do I got to join you? You know who I am, right? Moors, whatever. You know who we are. So why do we have to do your paperwork if you know who we are? Because it's not because they want us to give up the legacy so that they can claim, so they can supplant it. What the Moors should have did, or what they should do, they shouldn't be coming for us people. They should not. Nope. I shouldn't have to do no paperwork. If you are who you say you are, that means you can do a class action thing where it would be that anyone who's called black is of us without us doing any paperwork. The fact that we have to do paperwork with our own people. Now, I do believe that we have to do paperwork, but you got to do that with the one who's taking the role of slave man, the one that, and since the Moors are trying to act like they're not the slave master, then I shouldn't have to do no paperwork with you. If people feel what I'm saying, you should have had a class action where you had a court case. I know y'all are legal experts, and you could probably tell me, no, you're wrong. But I'm doing basic. I'm doing the common thing. I'm not getting all intricate with it. In other words, just like class actions go, I shouldn't have to. The criteria should be: is your birth certificate saying that you're black, or colored, or Negro? Then that that you have been That is where the Moors should jump in. Not get me to call myself a Moor and you still don't do nothing to change the system. That's how we know the Moors is complicit with the system. They're not trying to change the system. They're trying to change you. But you're supplanting me. You're supplanting me. You're making the victim have to make all the to make all the moves to fix it, when you should be going to the victimizer to make them fix it. And if it was the law, then you should be, you don't come to the quote unquote, those who's called black. You go out there to the lawmakers and you tell them what you trying to get us to believe. That's how you do it. You don't get us to sign on board with you. You're supplanting me. You're taking me off my land. I'm sorry. That's what I feel in my heart that you're doing. Yeah. It should be a class action suit, and those who want to take part in it, as long as you can show that your birth certificate said you're black, because we want to show what was done. We don't have to do anything to change ourselves. We got to show what was done to us, and that's what gets a lawsuit popping. And you establish that this was done, but they want us to change say that we was the Moors. But the crime that I'm dealing with is being called black and being called Negro and colored. They never called me Moor. You are, but they never did. So why do I have to come to you and declare something? You should be joining me in dealing with this black, Negro, colored thing. That's what you should do. Moors think everybody's so stupid just because you know the law. We don't have to know all the intricacies. We can know the basics, though, and that is the basics. That is the basics. Deal with the crime that was committed. Not make a new one. Not make a new misnomer. Call me a new. Now I'm adding another misnomer. I got black, Negro, colored, African American, and now I'm going to add more. Another one that's not putting me on the landmass. So the Moors are very slick. And some of them actually, I do believe that some of them really do believe that bullshit. So in a way you can't, in other words, they don't even see the problem, So it's Islam that is continuously telling us about Yakub, and they're saying that he created the white race. Well, it seemed like you had a lot to do with helping that white race. When we look at Spain, who was up in Spain building them up? Who was up in Spain teaching them whatever you was teaching them? Because it seemed like after you taught them, one of the recordings we will listen to, the sister saying that we had to teach them spiritually, or something to that effect. Okay, so you was in Spain and you were basically teaching them, but then they come out and then they come after our asses in America. What exactly did you teach them about us? Moors. That's a branch of, it's what I'm trying to say. It is interesting what Islam has to say. It's compelling. But then we got to look and say, well, how come you know all of this? And your response to this is you're not resurrecting the legacy. You're not, which is Egyptian. Egypt is in America. You're not resurrecting the legacy. You going all with the hijack. You just want to single out white people. And you want us to say that, you want us to think that we were always Islam when we know for a damn fact, just as the brother is saying here, Islam came how many years? We predate Islam by thousands of years. We were not Islamic. That's how you know. That is how you know it's a hijack. They're trying to take they're trying to erase the legacy because it is they themselves that betrayed the legacy. The priest. So they're trying to vindicate themselves by saying this is, Islam is our legacy. You're lying. This is the legacy that why can't you just resurrect this legacy? If you want to help us resurrect the true legacy, that's what you got to do. You know that most of us still are condemning our grandmothers, our forefathers, by rejecting this legacy, which is an American legacy. Egypt was in America. So if you're a priesthood and you're not trying to resurrect this legacy and tell us who we really are, you're lying to us. If you are coming at us with the religion that this brother so kindly explained to us was brought through Greece and Rome, but then we find out that you created the Greeks and the Romans, it's like you're the puppet master. On that note, it seems like lately it's the priesthood. You know, it's the priesthood. And I don't know. I try to pinpoint which priesthood it was, because it was a specific one. And from what I could tell, it was the Amen priesthood. They were the most powerful in Egypt. And I believe they started the Catholic Church. Why do I say this? It's because when you look in your Bible, the only Egyptian God that is there through name recognition is Amen. Why did Amen get name recognition in a Hebrew Bible or in the Torah? The Quran. That's the main God that he survived the hijack. His name survived the hijack. What that means is there was a priesthood that sold out, and they made sure that their God, the one that they were revering, because Egypt revered a few gods, their job was to make Amen the only God. I believe that's what it was. And I tried to figure out the mystery of Akhenaten, and I think that's what I wanted to read about Akhenaten. But where was I going to read Akhenaten? Ooh, did I? Okay. First, let's go here. Now, the scripture that says that we should not name any other gods is here. You can read it yourself. You can pause it, please. That's Exodus 23:13. You are not to name, no mention of the names of other gods. But some are trying to argue that Amen is not another god. Yes, it is. I don't care what you want to say about the semantics. Like the people that are trying to hide the hijacker, they, well, we don't mean. And then the other thing is from what I could tell, every time I've saw the name Amen in the Bible, it's capitalized. If it's just a closing of a prayer, it doesn't have to be capitalized. Pay attention to all that I have said to you, and make no mention of the names of other gods, nor let it be heard on your lips. It didn't say if it's in another language you could say it. But this article, actually, the person is trying to say, it's okay that we say Amen. That don't mean we do it with the current language. No, but this is not an ancient language. The Hebrew texts are not a current. She's trying to say, yeah, I'm not going to even go into it because it don't make no damn sense. But in other words, they're trying to justify why they're saying Amen, and Amen is an Egyptian god. Okay, see, and they're tricky too, because look how they try. That is not Amen. Now, mind you, well, see, it's talking about Amen. See, if you can see at the bottom there, is saying amen speaking the name of a false god? Yes, it is. The quick answer is yes, it is. If that name predates Hebrew scripture, it is the name. It's referring to that God. It'd be different if yours was older and you just happen to say amen, and then years later they take it and make it the end of a prayer. But no, amen predates you by several thousand years. So if you're going to put it in your Hebrew text, you need to know what it was and who it was referring to. But I was going to say the joke of it is that they talk about amen, but they're not. That's not amen. That's Heru. So it's all psych. Everything is a damn psych. If you're talking about amen, why you got a picture of Heru? You think you're slick, right? That's Horus, what the Greeks called Horus. This is Heru. This is the son of Osiris, called Osiris. His name is Osar. So who is amen? I want to say that I don't think it's amen the deity. I think it's amen the priesthood, where the trouble is coming. They became a powerful priesthood. And I think that's why we have amen in all three of the created religions. They were created from Egyptian traditions. I'm not saying anything wrong. It's just the truth. We all know that Egypt is older than anything, so it would make sense that if we have something that's substantial to some degree, it had to come out of Egypt. So there's amen. And I want to ask you, brothers out there, if you're given any deity that looks like that, and you're told that it's demonic, what do you think you just did to yourself? Oldest deity. And we believe that this is demonic. You might as well curse yourself, and that's exactly what we have done. When you go to India, they might have adopted Christianity, but they know who their gods were, and their gods looked just like them. Our gods looked just like us. We have no excuse to condemn this. Condemn this, you condemn yourself. The reason why the Amun-Ra priesthood is still, because this is how this works. So I asked myself, well, they still giving reverence to Amen. They are. You know, they trying to cover their ass. So they still calling Amen. They're the ones that created all of this. So they're the ones that's saying that it's just a name, but it's just a way of closing your prayer. No, priesthood, you know who this is. You're revering him because you know what will happen to you if you don't. You have to revere him. Even if it's only a name. So you took his picture away and you said he's the closing of a prayer. So you're covering your ass, but you're leading us to hell because we are led to, we think it's the closing of a prayer. This is look what he's said to be. All I know, it says he's the creator God. End of a prayer. So they're saying it's two different things because it's spelled different. No. But anyone who knows anything about how even Hebrew is written, the vowels are interchangeable. So if it's Amen or Amun, it's the same thing. The vowels are interchangeable. So no, you can't say that. This is not that. It is. Amen, A-M-E-N, is the same as A-M-U-N. I still, personally, I really am on the fence with Amen.
I'm because I don't want to think it's the deity because it doesn't make sense. Deities are not to blame, really. So there he so I say it's the priesthood. And maybe they feel, but something they did with him, I think they're worshiping him correctly. But because we're not worshiping him correctly, we are the ones who's going to bear. The priesthood is protecting themselves. In other words, you don't get away with this level of deceivery and deceit and supplanting without protecting yourself. You got to do something. So I believe their little piece was that they kept Amen in all the religions. But we don't know who Amen is. We don't know that it's an Egyptian god. We don't know. They know. So they're good. We're the ones that are, like you would say, taking his name in vain. In other words, But I found it funny that why are they still using his name? I think it vindicates them. I think it helps them to the karma's not so bad. Because they're staying true to the culture by using his name. We use it, but we think it's something else. They use it properly. But again, I want to stress, as a person of color, if you look at this and you condemn this, again, you're condemning yourself. That's part of the reason why we're in the position we're in. We're calling on a Greek deity, a Greco-Roman deity. Jesus came about through Greco-Roman intervention. Yes, our priesthood sold out. That don't mean we were supposed to. How are you going to turn your back on a God that looks like that? That's why we are fucked. When someone convinces you that that's the devil, yet that's the oldest thing that on earth, and you fall for that shit, you are condemned. You are. That's a king. That's a king right there. I had a problem with Amen for a while, but my common sense is telling me it's not the deity. It's not the deity. It's the priesthood that sold him out, changed his name into a closing of a prayer. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they still worshiping him. Trust. That's why we see the Eye of Ra everywhere in all the corporate logos, and you're seeing this. This is the Eye of Ra. When you see a celebrity doing that, when you see the logo of Target, the logo of the old CBS logo that looks like an eye, this is who they're revering. Yet you condemning him in your heart. We supposed to get it right. Like, in other words, it's okay if a Europe, a Asian or a European, if they don't get it right. We get it wrong. We're not supposed to get it wrong. That's a king. It's the first king, according to our traditions. And it's a brother. And we call him the devil. Look what's happening to our brothers. Aren't they demonized? Demonize your deity, you demonize yourself. And if you look back at what Jesus was created from, you will know that that was a European deity. So this is, and then look at the European in the world. You giving him all your reverence. I'm not blaming the European because I know it was a brother that created him. I'm not blaming you. The brother created you so that he could cipher off of our legacy using you as the front man, that we think you the enemy. White man, you're not the enemy. The priesthood that misrepresented him, but secretly they're still worshiping him,
That's the enemy. And they are jumping hoops because they know now a lot of us are waking up. They trying to get to our DNA now. These wackos. They're trying to escape karma. They're trying to escape destiny. They're not going to be able to do it. And it does begin with us having knowledge, because if we keep calling on the deity that they gave us, they win. Because they know they got us brainwashed. You're calling on something that's not going to do anything for you, and they're calling on this. No longer. I will never in my life again look at a God that looks like that and find myself with the audacity to condemn or demonize. That's supposed to be you, brother. That was a king. That's supposed to be you. A king. The one everybody else is worshiping and you think is the devil. They done put his eye on every shit. The eye of Ra is everywhere, in every logo. They using that. And you are condemning it. When you call on Jesus, Zeus, Jupiter, I'm in the midst of a mind revolution with Amen, because I realize they're calling him for a reason. You know, now when it comes to the Americas, that's another Egyptian deity. But it's Amaru. Excuse me. Anyway, okay. What do I want to read? Okay, because I messed up so royally for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, so I want to redo this book when I read. Okay. So we established that this man is basically a Christian, but when he started this journey looking for Egypt, he found it in America. And then he became obsessed with looking for Hebrews. He fell for the hijack. But he doesn't realize, the Hebrews are just Egyptians who were being mischaracterized, like our deities are being mischaracterized. So they're calling us Hebrews, but we were just Egyptians that were trying to escape the church, is what I honestly believe at this point, based on everything, when I put everything together. So let's read a little bit okay. Torrents of rain. This is chapter 3, a storm over Egypt, and When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. We're going to try to get this a little more right than we did last time. Torrents of rain slammed against the windshield, quicker than the wipers could clear the blurring water. I looked at the manuscript on the seat next to me, his manuscript about his evidence of Egypt being in America. Do you know you have World War III there in your hands? That's what someone said to him after they read it. I shook my head. Several weeks had passed. I would not hear from the preacher again. He went to a preacher. I'm sorry. He went to speak to a preacher to show him what he had found, where the Holy Land, or where Egypt really was. And the preacher said he would get back to him, but then the preacher realized, oh my God, I can't tell people this. My whole paycheck is hinged on. Sorry, I can't help you. So he's just being rejected left and right.
One of the rejectors was he tried to reach TD Jakes. That's, a lot of us think that these pimps is, they're about the truth like that. And then when somebody like him goes and shows him this profound information, you can't get, I don't want to hear it. Okay? I shook my head. Several weeks had passed. I would not hear from the preacher again. I knew that, but I didn't want to believe it. I was running out of ways to get the discoveries announced. I had seen ancient records that unveiled the world's most explosive secret. Egypt had crossed the Atlantic Sea in ships more than 10,000 years before the time of Christ. You mean the time when they invented Christ. That's what he really means. They had built the world's largest cities in South and Central America and in Mexico. They had united those city-states into a nation that stretched from Brazil to South America to Mexico and into Africa. So when he's saying that they crossed the sea, he means they went to Africa more than 10,000 years before the time of Christ. And they also built the world's largest cities in South and Central America and in Mexico. They had united those cities into a nation. So in other words, when we hear about King Menace, in my last video where I was all over the place, it did talk about the first king of Egypt that got his foot eaten. I was reading that and you was probably saying, what the hell is he reading? It was the first attempt. But that was actually talking about the first king that united the nation. Because there was an upper Egypt and a lower Egypt in America. And now we see where it spanned. It spanned from South and Central America and in Mexico. They had united those city-states into a nation that stretched from Brazil in South America to Mexico and into Africa. I had broken the seal of the forbidden histories. I had found the writings that told how Egypt had built its most powerful empire, and it had happened in the Americas. 3 of the world's most powerful religions. Do I need to read that again? Do we need to understand what this brother was saying about where the religions came from? That's another brother there that we have demonized. Then we don't understand why we are in the position we are in the world. Yes, it's partly Jacob. Yes. But the other part is us buying into Jacob's narrative and boldly rejecting gods that look like us. No other people, I promise you, no other people have done it to the degree that we have done it. Most people, they have an adult working knowledge. They will say, I know what my family believed in, however, I don't believe in it. They will say, I know what they will know the God. They might, well, these days, I don't know, it's a toss-up. But I've seen where people from other countries, they know what their deities are, they just don't believe in them anymore, which is different from not knowing them and still rejecting them. That was my prayer. That was my conversation with God. It's like, I have to know them before I reject them. And if you want me to reject them, I have to know what they did. That's when God, what I believe the Most High, realized that I was ready. You have to be ready for this journey. You have to ask the right questions. Then you can be shown the secrets. People have always told me there's things that you can't know, that God don't want, we just don't understand. I've never been that person ever. If there's something I want to know, trust me, I'm going to know it. And that is what God, I believe that is what the Most High wants for us. How else are you going to know? You got to want to know. You got to want to. That I do agree with. But if you're told that you can't know, you're not supposed to, and you can't, it's a mystery, it's all in God, no, then you're denying yourself. Like anything else, you got to want it, and you'll get it. When it comes to knowledge of something, you want to learn something, why not? You got to know, and another truth is, you got to know, even to know your enemy. You don't go into a battle ignorant and expect to win. So even if it's for the sake of knowing your enemy, knowing what you were told was evil, well, what made it evil? I understand it was a quote-unquote black culture, okay, we're going to call it, or indigenous culture, and it was people that look like me. What did they do that was so? I had to know. I'm that kind of Negro that had to know. You're not going to pull that off on me. I'm many things. Idiot is not really one of them. You got to want to know. You got to want to know things in order to know them. But if you, at the gate, you call it demonic, you're ignorant. You're being ignorant. Especially when it's your own culture. Who does that? Who does that? Ignorant people do that. Yeah, that's how I feel about this book. That's exactly how I feel about it. That brother deserves so much credit. And I believe he is still around. He's very elderly. And when he talks, he's a little hard to follow because he's very meticulous. He's the kind of person that don't know how, like, sort of like me. He don't know how to make it short. He got to tell you the whole thing. Only thing he's really bringing more receipts, than I could ever dream of. I really respect Walter Williams. A lot of people was arguing with him. A lot of people, we do find a lot of, we argue with everything. I realize we are an arguing indigenous people. Oh boy. But Walter Williams, he believes that the hieroglyphs have not yet been deciphered. And, the quote-unquote conscious community, they're saying, yes, they have been. I mean, I understand what Walter Williams is saying. It could be that you think you deciphered them and you are still missing something. It could be a little bit of both. I kind of think that something has been deciphered because whatever it is being used against us, so I kind of think that something has been deciphered, but I'm not sure how Mr. Williams, he's saying, well, also as well, it's a language, so I think reading it and speaking it, there's also, a level or a space in there somewhere, Anyway, okay. 3 of the world's most powerful religions, born of people that look like you and I, yet they get demonized. Let me see. 3 of the world's most powerful religions had come out of Egypt. And now their most fearful secret was uncovered. More disturbing to some, I had gotten the old maps that showed where the ancient Egyptian cities had stood in the Americas. Ancient writings, including an autobiography left by Moses. Okay. See what I'm talking about. See how, But, okay. An autobiography left by Moses. I think he's talking about Akhenaten. Akhenaten was a pharaoh that is associated with Moses. Okay. Ancient writings, including an autobiography left by Moses, explain that a civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians to flee from the Americas. They escaped. Remember I told you that we were the Egyptians who were trying to get away? Now, this is before I read this. I think I got it from him. I think he's the one that... Because okay. There is a story about a people who fled from Egypt. One story says that they made an exodus. Another story says that they were expelled. The historical story and the evidence in history it says that they were expelled. Like a bunch of people were expelled from Egypt. I'm wondering if it was the amalgamated Egyptians. In other words, the Egyptians that were after Jacob, the ones who were mixed, So again, this is not blaming anybody white. It's just talking about what brothers did. And then the people that they put in the middle of a fight going on between brothers. So let's look at Esau and Jacob. That is a fight between two brothers, right? So what it is instead of fighting directly, one of the brothers, the one who's sneaky and, kind of sly and, like a snake and all of that, that would be Jacob, the deceiver. He figures out that a way that I can come at him is to introduce a third entity, which does not look like me. So then I can convince Esau that I'm not his enemy, it's these over here, and then continue to pit us against each other throughout the years, especially here in America. So now we think that there's a race war between blacks, quote unquote, and whites. I said it before, whites come to the party much too late in the game to know what's really going on here. Yet, we're the ones that are not, our history we can't learn about, right? Because that's them demons over there. So what they don't want us to find out that the fight is centuries old. And it's between two brothers that the white man don't have nothing to do with. Because he wasn't here. The legacy was always here. Ever since we've been on Earth, people of color. What happened is a legacy is being stolen over time. And the Caucasian was introduced to sort of blur the lines and to be like he's taking your legacy. No, he's not. He's just living off of the proceeds from the legacy that is being stolen. So Jacob is supplying him with a cushy life. His created being, I hate to, say it like that, but that's what we're being told is what Yakub, I'm going by ancient Islamic rhetoric, okay? It's not me that's saying that they was created. This is what we're being told, okay? That's why I'm saying they were created. It's not, at the same time, I'm recognizing that they are not the problem. So don't get twisted when I say they were created, okay? Just don't do it. That's not where we're going with it, okay? Created to be the middleman, that the ones who the legacy is being stolen from, they are interfacing with the Caucasian. Behind the Caucasian is the one who took the legacy, hoping that we two keep fighting and he gets to walk away with the legacy while we kill each other. But of the two of us, he would prefer the Caucasian be here because we are the threat. That is why we are treated the way we're treated in America. Only America. Only America. And again, the Africans, what they're promoting to us is that they're too helpless to help us.
you're the one that's behind the European, okay? It's two nations that were fighting in the womb. It wasn't a black and a white. It is same race, one womb. Vindicating the Caucasian race. They might not like how I'm vindicating them, but I think you kind of might want to reconsider, you know? Ancient writings, including an autobiography left by Akhenaten, explain that a civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians to flee from the Americas. They escaped to the east side of Africa. I had to stop. Because usually, wait a minute, let's see something. I got it. This is the thing. Here's where the maps are getting played with. Yes, I said Akhenaten instead of Moses. Get over it. They saying that Moses is based on Akhenaten. Okay. Okay. What made me pause was he just said they escaped to the east side of Africa. But here we find that Egypt had crossed the Atlantic Sea and ended up on the east side of Africa. When you cross the Atlantic Sea, don't you end up on the west side of Africa? The maps have been, we saw it. The maps have been flipped. I showed you, and I don't have the book in front of me now, do I? Oh, okay, let me see. Does that fit though? East, west. All I know is if you cross the Atlantic, you should end up on the west side of Africa. Something is not right, okay? Now, if you cross the Pacific Ocean, but he said 10,000 years before, Egypt had crossed the Atlantic Sea in ships more than 10,000 years before the time of Christ. Okay, so the Egyptians explained that a civil war in Central and South America had forced the Egyptians to flee from the Americas. They escaped to the east side of Africa, where they built a second Egypt. See, a second Egypt. The first one was in the Americas. And the pyramids are telling us that, because those pyramids in Egypt are younger than the pyramids in America. That was not, however, the discovery the preacher was thinking of when he called the findings World War III. He had seen the city that ancient Egypt had built in a mountain in South America.
It was the city that had stirred his fears and his reluctance. Ancient Egyptians had named that capital city Heru. Yes. To keep alive the name of one of Egypt's founding kings. The city Heru was eventually called HERU-Salem. Yes! Yes! Jerusalem is named after, and y'all want to dish your gods as demonic? Y'all don't think that's her? I showed you Heru. There's Heru. That's Heru. The freak. That's Heru. Okay? Jerusalem is named after this deity. We gonna learn today. I'm learning today. Do y'all see what's happening here? Think again. I'm about to grab one of my deities now and get all the way heathen with it. Oh! Gonna learn today. Woo! Ancient Egyptians had named the capital city Heru. Didn't we learn that J is a new letter to the alphabet? There was no J when HERU-Salem was founded. Ancient Egyptians had named that capital city Heru to keep alive the name of one of Egypt's founding kings. The city Heru was eventually called HERU-Salem, then Jerusalem. I'm going to let you read that yourself. Let me just finish it. And it had stood in the Americas. It was the presence of ancient Egypt's Jerusalem in the Americas that kept scholars quiet and preachers fearful. When I showed them the old maps and the ancient writings and the forbidden histories, there were others who knew the forbidden histories. Even Christopher Columbus knew these secrets. He wrote that South America's Orinoco River flowed out of paradise, where Adam and Eve had lived. See, Adam and Eve now, let's get it clear now. If we're going to go there, we're going to go all the way there. Adam and Eve, that would be the beginning of the creation of the Caucasian. This is why I read what I read. See, but it gets mixed up because he's still using Africa, where we got to get out of the Africa. Apparently there was an Arabia, had to be in the Americas as well. What's happening is everything that is in America is being said to be in Africa. But wherever Adam and Eve lived is where Yakub, or the person that we are calling Yakub, began to experiment with the races. Because Adam and Eve are younger than the races that were here. So here, I just picked this up now. Because wherever they was, that's where the Caucasian started as basically an Arab. It started Arab. And then over time, they became Caucasian. So I'm sorry, I had to stop with the Adam and Eve because we're talking about, that's the experiment. They were the experiment. It was our people, just like we're being told by Elijah Muhammad, that created a white race. They started, lightening up, and then they became what we call Caucasian. I was stunned to see that Columbus had promised he would recapture Jerusalem when he reached the Americas. Maybe everything is a lie, because why would Columbus want HERU-Salem? And what do you mean recapture? Because if you're talking about for the Catholic Church, they sure wasn't trying to be for the people. I mean, I recapture by who? The Catholic Church? What they was gonna do with it? Say that it was in Africa? When you say recapture, what you mean? You're gonna destroy it and then say it was in Africa? That's what you mean by capture? That must be what he meant. The Illuminati, excuse me, where that word comes. The Illuminati knew the secrets. They quickly discussed the 10 million Walsimer map. Walsimer, you'll read it. That was made in 1507. They whispered that the map maker Martin Walsimer revealed things on that map that were not to be revealed. The map was famed for the impossible details about the Americas that it showed. It even revealed the Pacific Ocean before it was rediscovered by Europeans who had lost knowledge of the Americas after being expelled. See, there was an expelled. The story is saying that there were a group of Egyptians that were expelled from Egypt to Europe. Apparently is what he's saying. Expelled. Wasn't an exodus. It was expelled. So that's sounding like, now let's go with it. So Adam and Eve are created. They become this people that are what they're saying, not following God's laws. That's what we just read. But again, that's not their fault. You the one that made them with Homo erectus. So how do you expect them to follow laws that was used for your laws? Like you made them practical, and then you blame them for then saying they're lawless. Well, you broke a law by making them. Yakub. Okay. This is interesting, man. To see how the pieces fit together. He just said that expelled. Europeans who had lost knowledge of the Americas after being expelled from the Western Hemisphere. Or was it the Eastern Hemisphere? See, he doesn't talk about the switching up with the map. He kind of does talk about maps, but I don't know if he's taken into account that East is West and West is East and all of that. So he's saying expelled from the Western Hemisphere during the Dark Ages. Walsimer admitted he had gotten information to make the map of the Americas from works left by ancient Egypt. Walsimer, with these names, man. Walsimer removed the name America when he published the map again. Some believed Walsimer had been forced to remove the name that Egypt had given to the Americas, along with other curiously accurate details about the New World. What they're saying is that there was a time when Brazil was called America. America actually started. That's why they say Columbus discovered America, because there was no. I'm of the mind that there was no North America when he came. I don't think, because the culture was in the South. So I'm wondering if it was still during the Ice Age. You know, I'm wondering if this was still during the Ice Age when he discovered the America. Okay, you know, the South America. In other words, it was America when he discovered it, quote unquote discovered it. It wasn't South America. It was just America. That's what we're saying here. The Illuminati wasted no time debating whether the name America was taken from the name of the explorer Amerigo Vespucci. Those enlightened ones knew that the Vespucci lie was a ruse to hide the secret about Egypt and its naming of the Americas. Their strategy of silence had kept the forbidden secrets intact, even when strangers had happened upon pieces of the secrets. And then he goes to some Bible. But now Isaiah's prophecy was beginning to breathe. A storm was gathering. Cries from ancient stones in Egypt were rising through the old valleys of the dead and up to the clouds. Rocks were crying out a secret that thundered and trembled through even anointed men who could not make their mouths say the secret. Now, I don't think they were anointed. They should be able to say it. If it's the truth, they should be able to say it. Are they anointed? The gatekeepers were scrambling desperately to restore the seal on secrets they thought they had buried forever. They thought they had destroyed Christianity. They thought they had destroyed Christianity with a man called Da Vinci and a supposed code. Now it was Christianity's turn and Isaiah's turn to unleash the real sea. Why is he? It's so messed up when somebody's mind is. What does Christian see? The problem with him right now is you just told us about Heru. That is not Jesus. So when you say Christianity, I hope you're talking about Heru, because Jesus didn't exist when the time he was talking about. HERU-Salem, you know. So that was the chapter I should have read, and I'll let you, if you want to pause it, read the part about Heru. It starts about right there. You can pause it, just to get an idea, you know, what we're saying here. Pause. Okay, and once again, this is when rocks cry out. This man found the maps. I wish he put them in the book, though. Like, you really need to show us some of these maps. He did mention them, but he didn't show us any. A Storm Over Egypt. That's chapter 3. So this book, we just want to read some facts about it, about the Americas. Okay, so I guess we could put it back here with our little collection. Can we see all of them? Okay. It's too far away to read, but yeah. Okay, so now we're going to return to this. Last time I read from volume 2, where I think I should have read from volume 1. Okay. Chapter 1. America is the true old world. All of the major foods necessary to sustain life come from the Americas. The Americas, North, South, and Central America, are the true old world because all of the major foods needed to sustain life come from the Americas, and were later taken to Africa and Asia. Foods like squash, tomatoes, corn, potatoes, beans, wheat, yams, wild rice, which was modified to create modern white rice, peanuts and 90% of all your fruits and vegetables come from the Americas. Okay? This is the land of milk and honey. Our land. This is what's at stake when you go to rename us. We are the ancient Egyptians, but now we're called Negro, colored, black. Indian is not even good enough now. Just call me what I am. I'm Egyptian. We're Egyptians. The idea is, whatever you call yourself, what you don't want to be is a citizen of the corporation. I'm going to leave it at that and figure out what I just said. You don't want to be a citizen of a corporation. You can be anything but that. That's where your slavery, your modern slavery, is coming from. And I am working to change my status. I won't be a Moor. Hell no. I won't be a Moor. I might link some of that. I might. Depends. Okay. Also, I want to get it done first, before I start really talking about it as much as I am, so maybe I'll wait for that. Okay. The oldest pyramids and the most pyramids are in the Americas. The oldest and biggest pyramids are in the Americas. Oh, sorry, it was the title, and then that was also the first line. Okay, so I didn't mean to repeat myself. Okay. The Cholula Pyramid, I always talk about Cholula lately. The Cholula Pyramid is the biggest pyramid in the world, in America. Because its dimensions are 400 by 400 meters and has a total volume of 4.45 million cubic meters, almost twice that of the Great Pyramid of Giza in Africa. And see figure number 1, the Great Cholula Pyramid. I'm so going to go there. I'm so going there. That is that. I don't have a bucket list. It was created once I realized that the Egypt is in the Americas. Now I have a bucket list. I actually hope to relocate at some point to one of the ancient territories. That is a hope of mine. I'm not, it's a ways off, but I don't, whether it be maybe a vacation place, or a permanent place, but I want to be there. I want to be there. These ancestors have been way too good to me for me to not want to be closer to them. And when I say they've been good to me, what I mean is that they have blessed me with this knowledge that I'm coming into. And I feel the blessing. I feel it. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it. The Cholula Pyramid is also a step pyramid. We talked about that. So we are dealing with a very ancient pyramid because step pyramids were the first pyramids. There's Cholula. It is so big that, they, even when they show it to you, it looks small because they had to go out so far to get the whole picture. It's like, that is a serious pyramid. What you know about that, Giza? What you know about a real pyramid? That pyramid, you can walk on that one. That one got a place for you to go to. The one in Egypt is just there for show. That's just there for show. You get to the top of that, and what? You just what? What do you do now? Here you going somewhere. You got somewhere to go. You're gonna be with your ancestors. I think one of them, they put a Christian church on top of it. God have mercy. God have mercy. desecrating our ancient temples. How dare you put a Christian church on top of a religion that you try to erase from the history and usurp? How dare you? Yeah, it says here under this picture. Notice they built a church on top of this pyramid to try to hide it. And they covered up the Egyptian city that was once all around this huge pyramid. Ooh! There's a whole city. I wonder if it was HERU-Salem. No, was it? I gotta find out what Heru. I think Peru is now, because they can't call it Jerusalem, it's Peru. It's Peru now. Peru, Heru, Jeru. Anything they can do to lie and keep the lie going, okay? The pyramids in the Americas are all step pyramids, which were your first pyramids. According to Egyptologists, the step pyramid of Saqqara, the pyramid of Djoser, is the first pyramid that the Egyptians built, dated around 2667 to 2648 BC, the third dynasty, which is over 4,700 years ago. Egyptologists agree that the step pyramid of Saqqara, the pyramid of Djoser, was the first pyramid because they agree that it is the archetype of all pyramids. You have more pyramids in North America than all of Egypt combined. See figure 2 of pyramids in North America, Central America, and South America. Now, if we include the pyramids in Central and South America, it's not even a contest anymore as far as who has the most pyramids between the East and the West, because the West, the Americas, clearly has more pyramids. We don't hear about America having pyramids. Two things going on. America is being hidden, and so are her people, us. America has been renamed. Her sacred cities have been renamed so that we don't know that Egypt was here. And her people have been renamed so that we don't know that we're those people, the Egyptians. The Americas has the oldest mummies. The Spirit Cave mummy from Spirit Cave, Fallon, Nevada, which is 9,400 years old. Spirit Cave mummy is the oldest mummy in the world, and it is in the Americas. Additionally, we have the Chinchorro mummies in South America. In North Chile, these mummies are over 7,000 years old. This archaeological anthropological evidence demonstrates that the Americas is the true old world. Scholars should be looking in the Americas for the oldest civilizations because the oldest mummies are in the Americas. Their scientific approach on where to look should be completely opposite based on all the evidence of the Americas being in. Well, they can't do that. The reason why they can't do that, because then the secret's going to start to come out. They're trying to say that it's in Africa, that life began in Africa. So why would they look in America where they know it's oldest? What they're going to do is probably dig up our stuff, cart it over to Africa, and then say, oh, look, we found the oldest mummy over here. The hijack is real. The supplanting is real. Their scientific approach on where to look should be completely opposite, based on all the evidence of the Americas being the old world. Common sense, well, he got it too, huh? Tells me to look in the Americas for the oldest civilizations, because the oldest mummies have been found in the Americas. Here's the one that was found in Spirit Cave. I'll just show you this. It's 9,400 years old. It's the oldest mummy in the world. And it was found in Nevada. And if it's not too sacrilegious to show it, there it is. He's in a fetal position. Rest. God rest. Rest the soul. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you. Here's where it gets a little tricky, because then it's the whole thing. You're trying to say that the Egyptians were. Let me see. Do I want to read this? I won't go there. I won't go there right now. I just don't feel like fighting everything, But okay, it's some. I just don't feel like tackling it right now. We'll cover it another time. Let's keep on. The Americas is the oldest landmass. Further evidence to support the said article can be found in the book Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx by Augustus Le Plongeon. The Mayas were the ancestors of the Egyptians. That's what it was talking about. It was saying the Mayas are the ancestors of the Egyptians, okay? Like the Mayas, that's what I didn't feel like going into it because they're all people of color. But I know when you hear Maya, you think, oh, then it wasn't, it was us too. Like the Mayas, the Egyptians regarded the West as the region of darkness, the place where the souls of the dead return to the bosom of their ancestors in the realm of Amenti. I heard that before, yes. There, King Osiris sat on a throne in the midst of the waters. The waters. There also, it was that Thoth, one of my favorite deities, Thoth, Ningazita, performed his office of scribe. That Thoth performed his office of scribe was then the worship of the Cynocephalus, his totem, brought to Egypt from the lands of the West. Pythagoras borrowed his knowledge of numbers and their meanings from the Egyptians. These received their science from the Mayas, those civilized strangers, their ancestors who in remote ages coming from the East, and see he's not doing what the other brother was. See, it's two different authors. I think he's one that's trying to say they were African. So that's where our disconnect is coming. Whereas this brother is saying that we went to the Africas from here. I think he's saying that America is the old world, so I think he's still in line, though. He does. Yeah, he's saying a lot here. He's kind of going all over. Let me see if I can get a map in here somewhere. Okay, maybe if you could see it, I'll show it. This is a 1661 map, so this is a little later. That's why I don't know if I trust it as much. But I guess it's trying to say that Atlantis was America. See the top of the map? Atlantis Insula. So, in other words, Atlantis is where the Americas is. And look how different it looks. You know, all the maps look so different. Look at the shape of Brazil. That's kind of different. And even the shape of America is a little different. You know? I'm not sure any of the maps are right in terms of shape. I just don't know. But that's called Atlantis. Now this, so in other words, it's too small to see, but at the top of the map, it's called Atlantis Insula. So I don't know. Okay. Let me see. He's saying Atlantis was in Mexico, according to Dr. Clyde Winter's books, Atlantis in Mexico. Atlantis was an ancient spiral-shaped harbor with high banks or dikes lining the channels. Atlantis once existed near San Lorenzo, Tenochtitlan. Oh gosh, exactly as described by Plato. Okay. So in Mexico, there is a spiral city that was also Atlantis. Okay. Oh, and okay. So I don't know if we want to go there either, but India Superior was in North America. Is one of his yeah, okay, so I don't think his receipts are as strong as this brother's receipts. And you know, when you get into it, he's showing you where he got it. Like I'm just reading excuse me. Oh, he's starting to yawn. Uh-oh. Is it nap time? What else was he going? I think I covered majorly because we did read out of Yakub. We just didn't go very far in Yakub. Because maybe I should save that for the further vindication of that video. So we did get a taste of it. So I think we'll leave that. Let's see. Did we want to read something from here? Okay, this is what I want to read from here. Okay, this is From Babylon to Timbuktu by Rudolph Windsor. He's another one who's in the religion. This is the only man. That's why I love Walter Williams. He's the only one who's not bound to a religion. So he's not giving, everything he's giving you is total, no allegiance to trying to support Moses or Jesus, you know. That's why he's my fact man. This guy here, he's great, but I'm gonna put him here for now. Well, let's put that here next to the King James Bible, because that's the one talking about King James, right? So here, let's do it that way. Okay. He's my brother that he's religion free. His facts, he ain't trying to what do you call it? Kiss nobody's tail. In Islam or Christianity or Hebrew Israelitism. Nah. You're not gonna pull that. He's not batting for windmilling for none of them. This guy is kind of windmilling for Hebrew. He would fall into one who's windmilling for Hebrew. This one, he got two books. Pretty colors. I like the color I like the color scheme, especially the second one, volume 2. He's windmilling for Islam. He is named El Bey. Nothing against, just to show you that he's coming from Islamic point of view. So these are tainted. They're great, but they're tainted because they upholding the religions that brother told us was created in the Roman Church. You got to get into this. So this is my superior book right here. Right here. Next, I would choose this. This is just facts straight up, you know. So we're not going to even categorize that because there's no arguing with that. This is also straight up facts, actually. Yeah. But that's primary source. This is more like a treatise, I guess. So, yeah. This first. This next. And this is just for just a little add-ons. Because what we just read some of it was fire. I like what he was saying about the food groups. That's fire. We need that. That adds to this. But it doesn't stand on its own because he's windmilling for. Let's read his bio. Read his bio. It'll say everything we need to hear. Let me just read it. Amenhotep Chavez El Bey, formerly known as Eugene James Williams, is an honorary 33rd degree Mason, Crown Knight of Kush, philosopher, metaphysician, author of 14 books. It's a poet, paralegal, historian, researcher, and a ghostwriter. Many things. Many, many, many things. But 33rd degree Mason. I mean, he's stepping outside of some of that by telling us this. I will hand it to him. So he's probably in transition. He might be coming up out of his indoctrination. If you're going to come out saying this, I do think he's adding some stuff. Like, I do think he's still, he's staying kind of true to the Islam thing. Because he's talking about Moors and all of that. We need to uncover Egypt because that's what was buried, not Moors. We know about the Moors' history. We do not know about Egypt because we don't know who her people were. We have this knowledge of Egypt, but she's the demon one. She's a demonized one. No one else is demonized. As bad as the things that the Moors did, and they still not demonized. Egypt is all demonized. All demonized. Her gods demonized. Them demons over there. Demonize your gods. Demonize yourself. Again, we see how we was rolling when we was rolling with those gods, right? Does anybody have a clear picture of exactly what Egypt was and what she meant to the world? And now that we have Jesus, where are we what are we in the world? Slaves? That's where Jesus came along. We were slaves. And it only got worse. Like, it's really no better. Kings and queens when we was rolling with our deities. Kings and queens. Slaves and indentured servants with Jesus. Christianity, it did not do what it would need to do to show itself as the religion for us. But we're demonizing the ones that made us kings and queens. So then we should be slaves. If your kings and queens were them demons over there, and you're rejecting them, that means another man can come from another land and tell you that his God is your God, and thank you, be my slave, because you ain't gonna be his king. He took that from you, or he got that from you. Which book told us that? Yeah, brother told us. His line came out of you, but he got you condemning your own line. Meanwhile, and then you become his slave. That's how it works. That's how it works. So we will put this up here because it's in this order. Number 1. These books, particularly Brother in the Middle, he opened my eye. He opened my eye. So, okay, so I want to read about Akhenaten because I think it's a 5-hour video. Oh my God. Okay. So I didn't think I would go this long. What time is it? Because I do have something to do today. Pretty still kind. No, it's not that early. Okay. Akhenaten. Okay. I am looking at Akhenaten because the Pharaoh Akhenaten, because there's something about him I'm trying to figure out. And I got a clue. And then I wanted to read a little bit about him because I was trying to figure out who was this dude? Is he the one that started the Illuminati? Because he's the one that was bringing this oneness, allegedly. Oh, well, from what they're saying, he's the one that they think was Moses, or whose Moses is modeled after. He's the one that was he was the, what do you call it, monotheism. He was the one bringing monotheism to a land that was polytheistic, had many deities, though they believed in one central God. See, I want to say it like that. But I guess Akhenaten, he didn't like that. So I was trying to figure out, I want to be clear, because I'm still not clear about how does he fit. Is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? Was he for the legacy or was he against the legacy? Is he the one that opened the door to us being taken down under monotheism? Because monotheism did take us down, okay? It did. Because it was the one that made us not look at the other deities that we had, the female ones, even the children, like Heru. That was a child deity, or the son of the king, So we just want one. And, now we have, again, what I was saying, the trajectory for monotheism is now you want a one world bank, one world government, and one people that are just better than all the other people. See, that's what monotheism does. It all comes from monotheism. Then you got a dictator, okay? That's what it leads to. That's what it leads to. Whereas a polytheistic, you're going to deal with diversity for real. You're going to be free to believe in what you believe. So what we really want actually is a polytheistic, because that's where your true tolerance is going to come. That's where your true tolerance is going to come. But again, if your religion is going to not tolerate diversity, then your people are not going to tolerate diversity, and then they're going to say, get rid of all these motherfuckers because we only need one group of motherfuckers. So I'm no longer, my whole paradigm, I had a paradigm shift. Everything that I was before, I am no longer when it comes to religion. I'm like begging the ancestors to take me back. I am begging them to take me back to what I believed in, wholly and solely. I don't want no parts of Christianity. I want no parts of Islam. I want no parts of Hebrew Israelitism. It's not for me. It's for those it was created for. And I don't say that saying anybody can be what they want to be, but I'm going to tell you why I'm no longer those, and I'm doing it adamantly. Why? Because my people are the ones who got damaged by those legacy. Ain't nobody else did. So yeah, I'm very emphatic for the ones of us who have an ear. And the ones who don't, they're going to say I'm a demon over there, okay? And I don't care. I really don't care. I just don't want to be anything that those religions are bringing. I don't want none of it. So I'll say this. The adamancy, this attitude, why is it like that? Why can't you just speak nicely? Why, without all that emotion? Because I do understand, again, in order for the three that came to Egypt to get promoted, one legacy had to die. That's where the passion is coming from. That's where the emotions are coming from. So the sad part is when you do tell the truth, when you tell the truth about how those legacies came to be, then you get accused of trying to take them down and blah, blah, blah. No. They're standing and they're not going anywhere for any person who wants to buy into that. They're there for you. The one that's gone completely, demonized, that's the one I want. That's the one I want. And what brings out the passion is that I know that those three killed her. Get our fingers right. That's where the passion is coming from. It's not that I'm, what do you got against Christianity? That would be it. Not the people. I know that most of us don't know none of this stuff. Again, I'm new to it. But once it gets in there and it starts showing you, the full story starts to open before your eye. Ooh. And I know what Christianity, I know who had to be sacrificed for Christianity to be. Whether it was the deities or whether it was the people. Both sacrificed. The Crusades were about torture and murder for those who didn't buy the coffee. That's where the passion comes from. Why are you so pumped up, what are you hyped up? What's all that loud? You getting all loud. What's all that emotion? It's knowing what happened to our ancestors. And again, when you go to talk about it and you going to embrace it, now you talking against those three. How dare you talk about them? How dare they murder their mother? The one that birthed her. If they allowed the mother to live, the mother source, I wouldn't be upset like this. I'd be like, oh, okay. Now we have a choice. You could go that way, and I could go this way. And we'd be good. That's not what happened. Again, a legacy had to be sacrificed in order to make the others look like they were here first. And they're the only way. Not for me. Take me back, ancestors. Take me back. Where you are, where I belong. As I live, take me back, wholly and solely, is my prayer. Get me out of the grips of those that sought to kill you. Get me far away from them, and let me not fall for any of their wiles ever again. It's the only hope to survive. Christianity, particularly, treated us very brutally. So did Islam. and we run to them. They don't want you. They just need you to forget who you were. That's why they want you. Because then they know that you're not a threat. You're so brainwashed with their doctrine that you won't. But then they're still going to be treating you like crap because they know you still represent, under all the, even in your ignorance, you still represent that legacy that they had to murder for them to be here. So let's see if we can figure out what Akhenaten did. I can't believe I'm doing a 6-hour video. I cannot believe it. Ranting and raving for 6 hours. Okay, Akhenaten, or Amenhotep the Fourth. Many years after the death of Thutmose III, a new king called Amenhotep the Fourth became a religious innovator. He was not an excellent soldier or governor. He believed in one God, the sun god, Aten, who dominated all living creatures. Because he was excessively preoccupied with religion, he neglected the kingdom. He ordered that the temples of the old Egyptian gods be closed. I want to stop there because that's exactly what Alexander the Greek's general did. When he petitioned the priesthoods to make him a god, part of that was they closed down all the other temples to the other gods. That's how the Greeks and the Romans began to move us away from our gods to gods that were fashioned after their likeness and image, or image and likeness. Jesus is one of them. Jesus started out Caucasian. Now, for political reasons, propaganda reasons, they had to put him later on, say that, well, he would have been black and that, whatever. Yeah, he would have been if he was real, but he started out very Caucasian because that was the Greeks and Romans that created him. The whole point that why they had to create the Caucasian Jesus is because the face of Egypt was changing as the Greeks came in. They needed to see representations of themselves as God, because all ours looked like what I showed you. The one that we rejected, the ones that look like us, the ones that we think are demonic now, like this dude, the ones we rejected, he was replaced by a one that looked more like them, and then we was on board. We rejected him for. We need to pull up a version of Jesus. We know what. I'm not even going to pull it up. Nope. That's there it is right there. Okay, right here. That's what he was made to look like first. Then later on, when it became politically advantageous to say, "Oh, he was a brother," no, he wasn't. He never was. The whole point of making him was to make a god for the Greeks and the Romans. So no, Jesus was never to be a brother. That was the whole point. They didn't want to see what I just showed you, because they need to be respected. But then it became that it's only him. He's the only way. Forget about the ones that look like you. They're devils, demons. Because he was excessively preoccupied with religion, he neglected the kingdom. He ordered that the temples of the old Egyptian gods be closed. And he expelled the priesthood. Another expelling. We got to look at these expellings and see what they have in common. But here's somebody else being expelled from Egypt. He expelled the priesthood. See, I didn't know it was a priesthood. See, this is... Also, he changed his name from Amenhotep to Akhenaten, which means Aten is satisfied. He transferred his capital from Thebes to Tel El Armana. When Akhenaten attempted to revolutionize the religion, this act divided the Egyptian aristocracy, and weakened the government. Furthermore, Akhenaten was too busy to send military assistance to the Egyptian allies or to remote countries of the empire which were threatened by revolt or invasion. I think I'm going to stop there because he's going into Moses. See? Going into Moses. See, these are the guys who are... I think his deal was he was a Christian. This one, Islamic. This one, kind of a Christian, Hebrew Israelite or something. And this was also a Christian. So he goes here. So, well, I was hoping it would... What I wanted was I thought that might touch on Akhenaten's son, because I think what I came to feel was that because it's kind of hard to decipher Akhenaten, like, did he do a good thing? My first thought is I don't think he did, because if you're going to deny any of the gods, that's a red flag. But there is a theory, I guess, that it was the priesthood that he was really after. So that would make him a good guy. And I do believe that priesthood was the Amen-Ra priesthood. Because notice, his name was Amenhotep. He changed that. So that's what I was trying to figure out. And then his son comes along, King Tut. Tut knew that his father was not liked. Because what happened was, as we know, those of us who know about Akhenaten, they tried to erase him from history. As he tried to erase... I'm sorry, my eye has been so bothered by... I had the worst allergic kind of allergies thing with my eye in the last 2 days. Swelled up like, whoa, like what? What the hell? Akhenaten seemed to have had an issue with the Amen-Ra priesthood. So, what I'm thinking is not Amen the God, it's Amen the priesthood that was the problem. That they the ones that sold us out. And now they secretly worship Amen while we don't know that we're worshiping Amen, So they remain in power because they're worshiping him the way that the way he was worshipped back then or revered. So that's how they maintain control while they disempower the masses. Yet they want to, sort of flash his symbol, but you're not telling us who he is. You want to flash that I symbol, but you don't want to tell us that that's Amen, So you got us secretly worshiping him, but we're not doing it in a way that the God would recognize our worship. But I believe they're worshiping him the right way, and that's how they're maintaining control. I know it sounds crazy, but something is behind them. Something is holding them up and keeping us down. Because they're getting away with a lot. you know. So what was interesting about Akhenaten is that he took his name. He didn't want to be associated with the Amen priesthood. They, in turn, I think we're being told that. I think he closed their temples, the Amen-Ra temples. They're saying that he closed all the temples. I don't know. Something is weird about the Akhenaten story. Something is not quite right. Because he changed his name from Amen. That means, that's a big clue right there that he was not down with the Amen-Ra priesthood. The Amen-Ra priesthood had become so powerful that I think they were abusing their power. I think he was trying to assuage that problem. And they said, oh, no, you won't. We'll erase you before you erase us. And so once they erased him, here was another clue about what happened to Akhenaten. So if you erased him, how come we still know what he was about? The whole point of you erasing his legacy was so we won't know. But now we know. You're still around, the Amen-Ra priesthood. Who else is pushing this? And the eye symbols. I would look up all the eye symbols. I just don't think, anybody got time for that. But all major corporate logos. Let's see if we could do one, okay? Target is one. That's an eye. That's an eye. And then you start to see a pattern. Okay, so there's the eye. What is it? It's an artistic version of an eye. At one time, CBS. Okay. Okay. Is that it? Okay. I'm trying to get one page that has all of them. I used to know how to look that up. But Time Warner is another one. That's almost direct Eye of Ra, Amen-Ra symbol. So a lot of the logos are looking like that. And then you have the celebrities doing that. Then you have, the little, the Illuminati eye symbols. All giving homage to a very black, quote unquote, deity or copper colored deity. While we are calling on Jesus, they are secretly giving their homage to his symbol, the eye. That's how they're doing it. That's how they're staying in power. And able to rule over us because we're not being empowered by the deity or by our ancestors. In other words, when you look at that symbol, you don't look at it so much of as it's a demon. It represents your ancestors and how they can be behind you through the symbolism that they created, what they knew about God. It's not about God. It's what we knew about God. See, we get it twisted. We think,
Oh, that symbol, it means it's evil. All it means is that's your recognition of God as you knew him. It's not him. It's how you related to him, how you knew him. But then you want to go with how another man knows God. And so now you've cut off your relationship, and you're not getting that support from your ancestors anymore. So that was one logo, or a second logo. Taco Bell has an eye symbol. Let me see. Yeah, that's a version of an eye. It looks like a bell, but it's an eye under the bell. It's an eye. Oh yeah, here's somebody that knows the deal. See, they're associating. Somebody wisened up. You know, they recognize that it's all a symbol of the Eye of Ra. They're saying, look, Taco Bell is disrespectful to Jesus by using the Eye of Ra. How are you disrespectful to a deity when they're honoring an older deity? You want to go with the most ancient one you can find, okay? You don't want the new kid on the block, okay? You want a tried and true reputation, a God with a reputation, you know, and a reputation of being on your side. Jesus was created for the Greeks and the Romans. And then the Greeks and the Romans, look where they are and look where we are. And you tell me that Jesus did you any good, okay? I tell you, what he's doing is promising you a wonderful afterlife. While you're here, you're going to be dominated by those secretly worshiping a black deity called Amen. But when you die, you know, Jesus is going to capture you, and then you're going to be good. But you're going to be dead. But here on earth, they're secretly worshiping a deity that you decided. Why? See, that's another thing. Look at that. Look at that. You know, there's that eye again. And there's a pyramid on top. But it's not one of our pyramids. It's a young pyramid. You know, it's not a step pyramid. And that eye, you know, they're very slick. Because I would like to see the whole face, because you can see that's a person. You know, that doesn't mean. See, the eye of Ra is not meant to look like a person's eye. So it would be interesting to know who they, you know, it's just interesting. Very interesting that who that eye is. I believe that might be one of the founding fathers. It looks like it looked like they took that off of George Washington or some shit. It looked like George Washington eye. Pause it and look at a painting of George Washington. So I think it's one, you know, they're either way, they're mimicking what started as a copper-colored, I'm not going to say black because he was a copper-colored deity, same as us. And there's one of the celebrities doing the symbol. Okay, so one is but I will say one eye. There is two eyes. If it's a left eye, I believe it's the eye of Horus, and then there's the eye of Ra. So the right eye is the eye of Ra. Anyway, they saying she's worshiping Satan. See, let's see, but it's just that's just a way to keep you from tapping into your ancestors. Satan, of course. The Eye of Horus, the Eye of Ra. Okay, so I think we'll wind down shortly, but just showing you this. Here's the thing with all the celebrities. So many are using the symbol. And I don't believe that these people know what they're doing. Okay? See, we're all doing it in ignorance, but the priesthood is doing it, and we're supporting the priesthood. In other words, they have us offending the deity. That's what I believe. That's what I believe is happening. Because if you're doing it in ignorance, you have no understanding. And then if you do this, right, and then you are someone who is, for instance, getting on stage, mimicking sex or something, or half dressed, doing all kinds of craziness. So then that means you're kind of not honoring the deity. You sort of like so. But the priest. So in other words, you're doing the symbol, but then you're dishonoring the deity. You know, by being lewd. You know. And stuff like that. So the priesthood gets to sit back, and they could probably make an argument to the deity. Oh, you know, we're doing you right. Look how they doing you. You know, it's just this something weird is going on, because I don't know why is the deity being used. Why is he being sort of given this half-ass homage? You know. Why bother with it? You know, first of all, it's not the devil. Okay, so let's get that off the bat right now. But it could be that if you're using it and you're acting like a devil, then maybe, you know, that's how you can cause some kind of problem with the energy. So the priesthood is doing it the right way, but then they have you doing it the wrong way. You don't even know, you know, what the name is. You saying it after every prayer and don't know why it's capitalized in your Bible, because most every instance I've seen of amen, I don't know if I've seen every single one, but a great majority of they're all capital, all capitalized. That's a name. You know, it's a capital A and then an M-E-N. Okay, so I think I'm going to close here because I've been going so long, and it's a 6-hour video. This is the longest ever. And I still didn't even do my vindicating the white race video. So, but we did touch on it. And I think I covered what I needed to cover. I think I'm going to call it a day, try to get a nap in because I do have to run out today. Okay, thank you for watching. This is part 2 of America is the Old World. And I guess I will, you know, post this soon. I want to say God bless you. Health, wealth, happiness, your land, all the good things. And the strength to get through trying times. There is hope. We just have to, I believe, really start tapping into our true ancestors. I think that's the most help we're going to get. If we've been calling on their deities, and look where it's leading to. Who's got our back? So you've been a faithful Christian, and they're talking about a mark of a, you know, of a beast, and they're making it like, so why should I have to take a mark when I was, you know, I was faithful, you know? So what I'm saying is, it is the system itself that intends to do this. The same system that made you cling to Christianity is the same one that's going to trying to force you to get a mark of their beast, you know? So why you get forced to do that if this system was serving you, or if Jesus was serving you? Why are you in a position where even your pastor is, instead of supporting you in your right to say no, he actually opens up the church as a shot center when 70% of his congregation doesn't want it? How is Jesus serving you in that? When you say no and you being where's Jesus? How come he's not swooping down and making sure that that doesn't happen to you if you don't want it? Because the whole idea was give them a deity, and over time that deity will lead them way away from their ancestors, their true ancestors, and what their most ancient ancestors, what they believe, they think is demonic. And then they wonder why other races can come and have their way, do whatever they want in your country, and you just stand there and hoping to get some benefits, you know. But people that come here, they get all the grants and everything to start up, and they good. But you, in your own land, you are somehow held down because you are the ancient ones. You are the seed of the ancient ones. And the new ones don't want to see you here. But you're not going anywhere, so what they have to do is try to get in your body somehow. And maybe they can say they have rights over your body, so then they supplanted you because they own your biological property. And the spell is just about complete. We've succeeded in hijacking a nation, the most ancient one, and now we've got like a contractual ownership of their biological property. You know, like, what is it, Pfizer or something, you know, a property of. This is what was in store for you as a Christian who has been, all you ever did was go to church every Sunday and jump up and around and praise Jesus. And this is your end? Just one of the cattle in line for a shot? And you can't say nothing about it? Where's Jesus in that? Okay, on that note, just some thoughts. I'm going to leave it at that. I could say more because I could hear it now. Well, what about you? I'll talk about that later when it's done. when it's done, we'll revisit it. It has to do with what I said earlier. You can't be a citizen of a corporation. Okay, so now my stomach is growling. I'm hoping that no one can hear it. I'm going to say good day. Again, bless you. Thank you for watching. I hope it was helpful in some way. I'm happy that, of our legacy. I really am. And I really want to embrace it as much as possible. That's why you see me with feathers and all that. That's it. Blessings, peace, love, health, wealth, and all the good things.